All right, I'll call to order the January 19th, 2022 Historic Landmarks Commission meeting. First order of business is to elect the chair. So the floor is now open for nominations for chair.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Chair. Aren't we forgetting the roll call and all of those general things that we open the meeting with?
Yes, let's go ahead and do roll call.
Thank God for Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Ms. Tarnowska, go ahead and take roll call, then we'll do the election of chair and vice chair.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. This is Mary. I can go ahead and take the roll call. I'll start with Chair Grumbine.
He's not here.
All right, I'm sorry. Chair Grumbine?
Here.
Commissioner House?
I'm here.
Commissioner Butler?
Here.
Commissioner Jordan?
Here.
Commissioner Drury?
Here.
It looks like Commissioner Lundvik is absent. Commissioner Manuel?
Here.
And Commissioner Uli.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, now we'll go ahead and open the floor for nominations for the chair for 2022.
Mr. Chair, I say, why mess with success? I nominate Anthony Grumbine for chair.
I second that nomination.
Thank you both, except for that first part.
All right, since there is a nomination and a second, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
Commissioner House.
Yes.
And Commissioner Grumbine.
I'll abstain.
All right, so the motion carries. Thank you.
That way I can blame it on all of you when something.
We always do.
I didn't vote for it.
All right.
All right. So now do I take over for the next part, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, please. And congrats,
All right.
Mr. Chair. And yeah, go ahead and take
All right.
over for election of vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So for election of vice chair.
Mr. Chair.
We have nominations. Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Commissioner House for vice chair.
Second.
Second that.
I heard Commissioner Uli first, Commissioner Jordan. So sorry, he's fast. You gotta get there faster. All right, we have a motion and a second under discussion. Any discussion? All right, we have a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Drury.
Aye.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
Commissioner House.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. Thank you for continuing. All right, so let's kick off 2022. So we're going to item B. Now we have item A done. Appointment of consent review. Actually, before we do that, do we want to have welcoming of new commissioner Butler?
Good idea.
Please.
So welcome. Yeah, welcome Commissioner Butler. This is the best commission to be on in the state of California. So it's a lot of fun. It's a place to be. Anyways, but no, it's great to have you on, and we look forward to you serving with us through this year. and the many challenges that we get to have even as we work through things remote as well. So, and then, so let's go on to the commission subcommittee members. So for those, so this is our time to volunteer / be volunteered. And as our general rule goes, if you're not here, you're perfect cannon fodder for being volunteered for all positions. So Commissioner Lenvik has a target on his back.
He does.
So, so feel free to use that opportunity. And then as well, it looks like we have our highlighted that where we're going to have vacancies from our Commissioner Mahan and Commissioner Edmonds, where they've stepped off. And so those we'll need to make sure to fill those, but also if there are alternates or others that as we go through the different subcommittees, if you want to volunteer for, please step forward, or if you want to maybe suggest that someone does, or I might ask that someone does, and please jump in as well. So, all right, so let's start at the top, consent calendar. So we had Commissioner Mahan was the lead on that. Is there someone that would like to take that lead? I was the alternate, but is there anyone that wants to step forward? Typically, it would be in the architecture range, although as long as we have a dual there, typically we like to have an architect and a landscape architect for reviewing those specific portions of the project. But of course, anyone that's feeling that they're up for it and can do that is more than willing to, or more than welcome to volunteer for that.
I was just about to volunteer Commissioner Lenvik, but he's here now, so he
I was going to do this.
if he wants to.
But is he logged on yet?
I saw him briefly.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
I am having an unbelievably tough time getting onto Zoom. I don't understand it.
Huh.
I'm on my iPad right now, but my Mac is not getting me on.
It
It's
should
very
be simple.
frustrating.
We saw you briefly.
Yeah, well, it's life. I
Huh.
tell you.
Yeah, true. Well, as long as you can hear us, what we're basically talking about consent calendar and also the empty spots that we have from Commissioner Mahan and Commissioner Edmonds no longer being on. So we're looking to fill it. So if you or others would like to, taking a volunteer first before we start, going to the next, to the drafting route.
Yeah, I'm not able to do consent.
Okay. Anyone that wants to volunteer for consent?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I guess I could volunteer for a year.
All right. Thank you. Very much appreciated.
You're
All right.
welcome.
As for consent, I'll say alternate unless there's someone else that would like to be alternate instead. And then for the architecture side of things. Is there anyone that would like to the alternate job? Otherwise, I'll stick with that. Okay, and then so next slot for consent is landscape. So we have Commissioner Manuel. Commissioner Manuel, you're still good for that?
I am.
All right, great. And then do we have an alternate? And we have Commissioner Edmonds is gone now. So does someone want to be the alternate? And can think green thoughts.
Mr. Butler, do you know about landscaping?
Yes, I'll offer myself up as an alternate for that.
Great.
All right, great. Thank you very much for that. All right, let's go on then to the sign committee. We have Commissioner Drury and Commissioner House. Is that still good?
Fine with me.
I'm fine with that too.
All right, great. Street Tree Advisory, Commissioner Manuel, and then Commissioner Edmonds is gone. So the Street Tree Advisory, how many times did they meet last year?
0.
0. Okay, so this is a great way of having your name on something. Almost no.
Oh my goodness.
Commissioner Butler, you ought to just snag this one.
Put the victim up first.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Butler. All right. So now let's go on to Arts and Advisory Committee. We have Commissioner Drury and Commissioner House. Is that still good?
That's still good. I have no idea. I get these notices of when they meet, but they're not televised. So I don't know how I can participate.
Huh.
It's a very odd thing. It's in the last couple of years worth anyway, but I'll be happy to. I could report on the minutes, I guess, after the meeting. So I'll stay on.
And then Mr. Hamilton, even though, or Ms. Kukinda, does either of you have any note or additional info on the Arts Advisory Committee and our subcommittee's involvement and how that might be over this next year, in terms of how they would be involved, or is reporting on the minutes about as good as we can get?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think reporting on the minutes is all I know about right now. I don't have much more information about the plans for that committee going forward. Unless Ms. Kukinda knows something more than I do.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have anything to add at the moment.
Okay, sounds good. Then Commissioner Drury, maybe you can also just paint a beautiful painting about it.
Yeah, no, we'll figure something out.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Let's keep moving on to our subcommittees. We have Design Awards, which was Drury, Mahan, Dorton, and Lenvik as an alternate. It was Lenvik.
Yes.
Design Awards. Yeah. Is Commissioner Lenvik? Did you want to bump up into the main role and get someone else into alternate for that?
I will do that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Great. And then does someone want to be an alternate?
How often does this committee meet?
Once every 5 years.
Well, I want to say, Design Awards. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure when the last time that was.
Okay, well, I'll volunteer for alternate.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner House, or Vice Chair House. All right. So let's go to designations. The designation subcommittee. So the designation subcommittee is it does meet a good handful of times a year, and it's looking at possible either coming up with ideas and reviewing ideas to shortlist to bring before the full HLC for designating structures as either structures of merit or as landmarks. So this is a fairly active and quite important, because we need to make sure that we're vetting all the buildings or all the buildings and or landscapes that are being brought before us, or resources. So we have Dorton, Uli, Lenvik, Manuel, and Drury as an alternate. Is that still good?
That sounds good.
All right, great. And then we have ad hoc subcommittees. We have architectural detail subcommittee, and that's myself, Uli, Mahan's gone now, and Dorton. And we haven't met. I think we formed a year or two ago. I think we formed this subcommittee, maybe. Anyways, I don't think we've met. In my memory. So if anyone does want to also be either appointed to it or an alternate, I think that it's open. So
I'd be interested to be the alternate.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Okay, and then objective design standards. This is myself, Lenvik, and Uli. And this did meet, it was quite active for not last year, but maybe the year before. And there is now a separate firm that's actually doing the objective design standards for the city for a grant that started this last year. I'm assuming that there will probably be some interface during this next year with them as well, Opticos from the Bay Area. And as they look through and try to help form more complex more complex objective design standards for different neighborhoods. So I think this will probably end up getting some time as well. So right now, myself and Commissioner Lenvick and Commissioner Uli are on. If anyone else wants to jump on as an alternate, maybe that might be a fine thing if you're interested as well in sort of being part of that process.
I'll be an alternate.
Yes, Commissioner Jordan. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. All right. The Guidelines Committee, this is House, Uli, and Jordan. Did the Guidelines Committee meet last year or the year before at all?
I don't recall.
Okay.
They met on the historic resource guidelines last year. We read.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We did, but those are adopted. So it would be just in the future, if they look at the HLC guidelines, I guess. If any of those ever need adjusting, we would call the committee.
All right. So you're like the National Guard, just waiting for a war.
Yep. Emergency preparedness.
Right. Sounds good. The reserves. All right. So sounds good. We'll just keep that. It sounds like that's probably won't be very active this year at least. And if it does, then we've got a crew. All right. The FAR committee with Commissioner Lenvick and Commissioner Uli. Is there to staff? What do we think in terms of that activity this next year with that?
Well, again, isn't that being handled by the consultant doing the objective design standards?
I don't think it's I think the FAR was part of that, part of the discussion of ordinance and FAR like overlay stuff. I don't think it was the same as what Octokos is working on. I could be wrong.
Mr. Chair, I'm on the
Commissioner
city. I'm on a city task force for objective design standards, working with Opticus, and they are not doing FAR work.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jordan. That was my understanding as well. I think it was formed more as a be able to have a discussion with planning, the planners and or the city planners and city internal about the FAR, the whole FAR discussion this last year, I think. Ms. Kokindo or anyone, do you know any more about this other than we'll just keep it as is if there's nothing?
Mr. Chair, I might recommend keeping it as is. It might be, you all might be called upon as needed, and there will be continued discussions on FAR this year, but there's no immediate public outreach identified at the moment, but there will be plenty of conversation. So no specific plans just yet.
Okay. Okay, great. We'll just hang tight then with this. And if it starts to be more active, we can always add someone else in. And please speak up if you do want to jump on any of these or as an alternate or as part of it. The rest of these have only 2 or 1 member. So the main concerns are always just that don't have a quorum, but having and don't stretch ourselves too thin in terms of overcommitting for everything. But aside from that, any of these can have another commissioner if they want to join. All right, so there's a State Street Design subcommittee.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would ask, is that not a duplication of what the State Street Advisory Committee is doing? I don't think we ever met, did we? And what is the role of the State Street Design subcommittee?
Good question.
Mr. Chair. I'm the appointed member to the advisory committee.
State Street Advisory, but there's also State Street Design. So is that a duplication of what your committee is doing?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
There is no design on State Street at the present time.
Got that right.
Commissioner, sorry, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. The State Street Design Committee, I believe, is an older subcommittee focused on issues that might pop up around, new projects coming up on State Street. I think it is a longer standing subcommittee, obviously, than the State Street Advisory Committee, but those two could potentially be lumped into one, especially if the design committee hasn't met in some time.
I don't recall ever meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering whether it got formed thinking there was going to be something, and then everything went sideways, and we just kind of held it. And then now this last year was when the State Street Advisory Committee was formed. And I don't think this is a subcommittee of ours. I think this is State Street Advisory Committee, the larger, with Commissioner Lenvik as our main rep and Commissioner Jordan as our alternate. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I think that now, considering the events of the last 2 years, it probably makes sense just to remove State Street Design Committee altogether. And I think that we're going to be involved with all these discussions, these big picture discussions along the way. So, and we have our representative in the advisory group, larger city group. So is there a process for removing subcommittees, or just like, are we just deciding on it now and saying, okay, we're going to scrap it?
I don't think there's a particular process, but if there is, I would make a motion to combine State Street Design and State Street Advisory Committees.
Second.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we can, at the end of this item, I suggest just making one motion to accept the changes that were discussed.
Okay, gotcha.
That way it can all be done kind of at once.
Mr. Chair.
That makes sense. Now, just as a quick question, because to Commissioner Uli, who brought it up, when you say combine, you're just saying, it's going to leave Lenvik and Jordan as our appointed and our alternate, and just remove the Grumbine House jury troublesome team.
Yes, good idea.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not talking combining, just so we're clear. That's what I was assuming too.
But to Mr. Hamilton's point, I would just simply withdraw the motion, make a note of that, and then when we move to solidify this entire roster, we can make that as the action.
Great. That sounds good. All right, so we'll have that one combined with removing the Grumbine House and Jury. And then we have the Plaza de la Guerra design. And has this committee ever met before?
You betcha.
Many.
All right, sorry, too soon. As in today. Okay, so do we have anyone that would like to add to this? We obviously it's still in process, and there's still long ways to go with it in terms of the project itself. But we had formed the Plaza de la Guerra Design Subcommittee to be part of the whole conversation. And which they have been as part of a larger group as well, the larger Plaza de la Guerra group that with city council members and with many of others from the community. So is there anyone that wants to, oh, go ahead, Commissioner Butler?
I was just gonna say, I would offer to be alternate on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Get caught up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And, okay, and then great, and we'll go on to Highway 101 HOV project. What is the status of that, and is that committee still, or subcommittee still appropriate?
That hasn't met for a long time. I think it went to ABR, and I don't know if they have more things that are going to come down the 101 that fall on ours, but I really don't know what their future is for that project.
Okay, to staff, do we have any indication of whether we should make sense to keep it or to get rid of it?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, my understanding is that that is an ongoing project, and I recommend just keeping it as is, and being ready if needed.
All right, sounds good. All right, so does anyone want to be on it or be on as an alternate to it as well? Sounds like an easy merit badge. All right. Well, no takers, but if it does ramp up and we need more people, we can always ask. And then we have Lot 3 Paseo with House and Drury. Any news on that?
Nope.
I'm fine.
Good with it.
All right. Anyone else want to add to it as an alternate?
I'll be an alternate, sir.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. All right. So does that finish all of our all the edits to this subcommittee?
That does. We can move to make a motion to accept and do a roll call now.
I'll move to accept the roster of subcommittees and ad hoc subcommittees with the changes that we talked about.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second under discussion. Any other discussion? All right, we have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Can we let's we're about to go to public comment, but as part of this, I was going to first ask Commissioner Butler if you wouldn't mind just taking a minute to introduce yourself a little bit, and what your what has interested you in the HLC, and just so we get to know you a little better, since we don't have the normal like pre-meeting sit around and chat time. So
Appreciate that. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for the time. I grew up in Santa Barbara County, in Santa Maria primarily, through high school, went out of state for a year of college, and ended up doing my undergraduate work in Chico State in Northern California. I returned to Santa Barbara to attend UCSB graduate school. After graduate school, I worked in Santa Barbara for several years, well, 3 years, for a couple of startup car companies out at the airport. The second one of which went belly up, so that took care of that. I moved to San Francisco and spent about 21 years in the Bay Area. I had the good fortune to get involved with the internet industry at its very earliest stage, and had a number of positions. I worked for America Online when AOL was practically brand new, and I helped lead some companies to go public, mergers, et cetera. And then in 2000, returned to Santa Barbara, tried to retire, that didn't work out, went back to work, and have worked more recently, and that's where I know Steve, for an advertising agency here in Santa Barbara. I was head of digital marketing strategies for their various clients. And then recently took over a similar position for a digital software and internet development company in Goleta called Vices, which I've known for some time. And so on a half-time basis, I'm head of marketing for them. I have one child. She too is a Gaucho grad, went to graduate school at the Gewurz School of Education, and she teaches 4th grade at Mountain View out in Goleta. Part of history has always been part of my background and part of my formal education. I've always spent on a personal basis some investigation into specifically the history and the environment of Santa Barbara. It's been a personal pleasure of mine as well. And that's what led me to the commission. The other thing was recognizing De La Guerra Plaza being one of them. There's some very significant items going on that are going to leave a large imprint on Santa Barbara going forward. And I'm pleased to hopefully contribute to that and contribute to that in a positive way.
Well, welcome.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, welcome. All right, great. So now let's go to public comment. So item C, any member of the public wishing to comment on an item that is not on our agenda today, please click on the raise hand icon to comment. You have to unmute yourself and click on the unmute button, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. So if any member of the public would like to speak on an item not on today's agenda, please click on the raise your hand icon and I can call on you. And while we wait, I can confirm that we did receive general written correspondence from Richard Clausen, which was distributed to the commission before this meeting. So I can see Lanny Ebenstein has raised their hand. I will send you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Great. Members of the commission, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Well, again, I would like to thank you for your time and service to the city of Santa Barbara. And I'm going to be speaking later today on the issue on De La Guerra Plaza. So I'm not going to talk about that right now. But I want to make the general comment, and particularly since it is the organizational meeting and a new commission being seated. The role that you play in Santa Barbara is just vital to preservation of our community. I don't think there is anything that's been preserved by the city of Santa Barbara that in retrospect people have said, we regret having done that. That tells me that what's vital is that you err on the side of caution rather than on the side of improvisation. So again, thank you for your time and service to our community. And I encourage you to keep preservation, no political concerns at the top of your list, and preserve the Santa Barbara as you have, and you continue to preserve that city and the areas that are under your jurisdiction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So next up, I can see Anna Marie Gott has raised their hand. I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
You want to reset the speaker time? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at my TV.
that was Lanny. You only have 30 seconds left.
Yep.
Commissioners, I would like to make a request, and that request would be for you to ensure that when something is going to come in front of you.
Just 1 second. If you could hold on for a second. If we could pause the time. There's some reverb. If everyone can mute themselves. Sorry.
Yes, and I would just ask Ms. Scott, if you're watching it on 2 devices, you might want to mute the other one.
My TV is muted. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good now. Let's start over. Take it from the top.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. I just want to point out one thing, and that is that some staff members at some of our boards do not check off all of the items that are required before, a project comes, for instance, in front of you or the ABR. Here's an example. Earlier this week at ABR consent, they had a project involving some Tesla batteries that are going to be installed up at the reservoir. And it's going to be a great benefit, supposedly for the city. And the one thing that, no one actually looked at was, did the applicant provide landscaping plans? The applicant did not. So when the consent board decided to go ahead and make a motion, they were going to make a motion to come back. But because they did not, meaning the city staff, did not want them to bring it back because the next step was to go to a staff hearing officer for a permit, they decided that they were just going to make a motion that says the applicant intends to provide planting, giving there were no plans, no discussion on plants, but they approved that project. And then the next step is the staff hearing officer. So I think that's a problem. And I think that you need to make sure that someone on the city staff, and maybe even, one of you, actually reviews the plans that are going to be submitted each Wednesday before an agenda comes out to make sure that we get all of the plans, all of the documents in front of you at the right time, so we don't have any problems like that. Thank you, and have a great day.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, commissioners. So at this time, it looks like there aren't any more raised hands, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll close public comment.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So I just saw Fred Sweeney's hand go up for a second. I can go ahead and send you an unmute request, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Gumbine and everyone else on a new year and a new start. I'm here not to be patronizing. I'm just here to let you know I'm listening, because for the public, there's no way to know how many people are watching this or listening to this like when we met in person. So I'm just your fan and interested to see what you're going to do today. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so at this time, I don't see any more raised hands, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll close public comment now. And Commissioner Butler, just so you know, this is the only commission with groupies, so we have fans apparently.
I got on the right one, didn't I?
That's right. All right, so let's go on to item D, approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of December 22nd, 2021.
So moved.
Oh,
Well, that was
Vice
quick.
Chair House.
That's
That
a second,
was like the
I'll
second with Commissioner Uli. All right, under discussion, any edits to the meeting minutes?
No, sir.
Mr. Chair, I have
Commissioner Jordan.
item number 2, 8 Ocean View Avenue. It correctly notes that I abstained, but then incorrectly shows a tally of 900. I believe it should be 801.
All right, thank you. Good catch. All right, other edits?
Mr. Chair, I have a comment on edits. I'm looking at page 4, under the motion for 223 East Padre Boulevard. I think item 1 in the motion should be clarified. It reads now, the beams and trellis members shall be radius as shown on the plans. I think it's the pergola beams and trellis members shall be radiused in the plan view as shown on the drawings. I think that clearly indicates that radiused pergola in plan view, the members are radiused. So add the word pergola after the pergola beams and shall be radiused in plan view as shown on in the drawings.
You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Really?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I was agreeing with Commissioner Lenvick. Yeah, that makes sense for having all those adds so that it's more clear.
Thank you.
All right. Any other edits? All right. Not hearing any. We'll go to a roll call vote with. Oh wait, sorry. We have a motion and a second. Do we, with those edits, does the motioner and the seconder agree with those edits?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right. So in that case, let's go to a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, let's go. We're done with approval of the minutes, and now we're on to item E, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We already welcomed Mr. Keith Butler onto the commission before, but I'd just like to formally announce his arrival and welcome him to the commission. So thank you, Mr. Butler, for applying and joining.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Next announcement is just regarding staffing changes. So as you know, this is my last meeting with you, my last day at the city. I'll be moving to the County Air Pollution Control District. And I'd like to introduce your new staff liaison, Barbara Burkhart, who I believe is on the meeting. Barbara has been staffing the Single Family Design Board and comes to you with a lot of planning experience and specifically design review experience. So Barbara, I don't know if you want to jump on and introduce yourself real quick.
Sure. Yeah, I'm excited to work with you all. I have some experience working with Rincon Consultants. I've done some, when I started there, I started as an assistant architectural historian. I have a bachelor's degree in architectural history from UCSB. So I really love this subject matter and I'm excited to be here and work with you guys. So thank you.
Welcome.
All right, welcome. Yeah. And just so we officially thank you, Mr. Hamilton, for your work over this last bit, and you are officially dead to us. Just kidding.
We will miss you.
We wish you all the best at air pollution control.
Yeah.
And
why you thought that would be more fun than HLC, I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you,
But
Commissioners.
if it starts to get, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to work for you and work with you, and I really appreciate the work you do for the city and your service to the city as well. So, thank you very much, and you're in good hands with Ms. Burkhart.
Thank you. We will miss you.
No. All right. Well, thank you, and thank you to Ms. Burkhart for joining the team.
And mind if I could just make one more quick announcement.
Sure.
Many of y'all know me already. My name is Ellen Kokinda, but I just wanted to announce that, as you all know, Irma Unsueta retired after multiple decades at the city of Santa Barbara back in December, and I am going to be the interim design review supervisor until we hire a new person. So that position closed yesterday, so we will be going through the reviewing applications, and that once that person gets hired on, they will be the permanent replacement. But I will be working with you in the meantime, and happy to be able to join you all again. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right. Okay, any other announcements, etc.? Future agenda items, appeals. All right. The only additional announcement I had was just to let you all know, I spoke with Commissioner Mahan, and since he was stepping off of HLC, I asked him if he would be up for an ongoing small project or to help out with developing some sort of a training, HLC training, and or sort of development little program or something, and so that we have ways of also both onboarding new HLC members and also just developing as a commission and looking at things and walking tours and that kind of thing. So he was up for it. So hopefully as things go forward, I'll be able to get, sort of keep you all up to date and possibly pull in some of you your volunteer time to help out with that. So just as a little side note. So. And also just so Commissioner Mahan knows that he can check out anytime he likes, but he can never leave. So. All right, any other announcements or et cetera? All right, let's move on to item F, subcommittee reports. Any subcommittees that had nothing to do between Christmas and now that met?
Nope.
All right, going once. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes, I will do a brief report here on the State Street Advisory Committee. We had a meeting on January 10th, and principal items to discuss for the upcoming consul's update of the State Street Emergency Ordinance, which has allowed the installation of outside dining. We spent a lot of time on that as the staff has put together a report.
Commissioner Lenvick, it might be your microphone, but I think in the page turning, you're getting a lot of background noise. But if you can say the last part again.
Yeah, the city council is going to be reviewing the staff's recommendations for updating the emergency ordinance, and I think it'll be in their hands to decide what has to be done. But the major item is that the safety, fire, police, ambulance, so on and so forth, will require a 20-foot wide clear path, top to bottom, on State Street, which will impact some of the outside, mainly dining areas that are there, maybe about 25 of them on State Street. They're also going to require that the outside dining construction that has occurred has to be removable or demountable on very short notice. And again, that is going to impact, I think, a number of the outside establishments. And I'm sure City Council is going to have an interesting discussion on that on, I think, the 25th of this month, if I recall. The ordinance that is going to take effect, the emergency ordinance adjustments will take effect on March 8th. The Transportation Department was there. They discussed some aspects that, again, have to do with safety, and that is going to necessitate that no matter what happens with regard to the lower State Street 400 and 500 block, that they're going to have two-way traffic at least in the 400 block. Again, it's a safety and circulation issue, and those will be solved hopefully by the planner that's hired by the city to come up with a State Street master plan. The city did go out for RFPs, RFQs, I think it was on January 6th, and they are due on March 3rd. We had reviewed with the staff their draft RFP, RFQ in our prior meeting, so we were aware of it, and it's a very long and lengthy document that anybody who is interested in working on the State Street Master Plan will be dealing with. I think we will be involved really intensely down the road as the planners get involved, as they start getting involved with meetings in the community, so on and so forth. So it was a long meeting, ran much longer than we would have anticipated, but we got a lot of information out. And I think if the city council watches our meeting, they will get a little head start on what they're going to have to deal with in a week or two in regard to this emergency ordinance coming up for update. That's my only report, and questions probably aren't going to be relevant right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for reporting, and please keep us posted to everything. All right. Any other subcommittee reports? All right, in that case, let's move on to item 1, historic resources plaques. And this is a miscellaneous action item to review of standardized plaque to mark historic resources as recommended by the Historic Resources Plaque Committee. All reports and memos can be viewed at santabarbara.gov. The project was last reviewed on December 8th, 2021. All right. So do we have staff presentations? Thank you.
Yes,
Ms.
really
Hernandez.
briefly. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and Happy New Year. So on December 8th, we reviewed the plaques that had been worked upon by the plaque subcommittee to develop a standardized plaque that owners can purchase for their buildings without going through our design review process one by one with a customized plaque. So it would be easier and more efficient for them to do that. This came about because many owners of sites of designated landmarks and structures of merit are requesting them. And we also have identified that educating people on what our historic resources are is part of our historic resources element. HR 9, increase awareness of Santa Barbara's heritage, and HR 9.4, enhance recognition to recognize the buildings. And we had proposed a bronze plaque 7 inches by 5 inches placed in a visible place on the building. As people approach the main entrance, they can be put on a rock or boulder in the front yard if the building is constructed of delicate adobe, stone, or brick, and no drilling done in those materials. And when presented to the Landmark Commission in December, it was requested that the designation date be in the same font as the rest of the plaque, and to use larger caps with the same stroke weight as the smaller letters. And so we worked with Allison Gruby, our graphic designer, back and forth to get this sort of what you see today. We also worked with Commissioner Steve Howes on this as well, because he has a lot of experience with the weight and of the font. And I did want to remind you, we use the same font as we use in our historic resource design guidelines. So we have consistency that when they see the guidelines, they see it there, and now you'll see it in here as well. And when we send a letter to the owners of these buildings, we will let them know that they're to be in bronze and how to install them. And similar to National Register properties, some consultants that do it, I did contact one that is really versed in doing these for historic buildings and has a decent rate. So we can just say we do not recommend one over the other, but here are some people that do it. So I think that sums up where we were and how we got here. And look forward to any of your comments moving this forward.
Great, thank you. Okay, so let's, if that concludes your presentation, let's go to public comment on this item. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on, you got to give me more clues. I'm used to the old ones. Click on the raise your hand icon, and then click on the unmute when you're called on, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please click on the raise your hand icon and I can call on you. While we wait, I can confirm that we did not receive written correspondence for this item. And it looks like I still don't see any hands raised, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, back to the commission for questions and discussions.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
I think I heard someone else besides Commissioner Drury, but I think they were off the screen. Vice Chair House. Okay.
Yes.
Go for it.
I seem to recall at our last discussion, The other component that we wanted to see was a written document that explains the material and mounting, everything that Ms. Hernandez went over, but in a written document that somebody interested in placing one of these can read. Has that been worked on at all?
Thank you, thank you, Commissioner Howes. We really have it in bronze and the size, 7 inches by 5 inches. And then as I noted in the memo on December 8th, we would tell them how to place it and order it. So I can, that would be constructed in the letter we sent. What a thickness. Yeah, I have to work with the consultants who make them.
Okay, to get the actual thickness.
Yeah,
Got it.
I think they use a standard thickness. So
I think it would be good to have a written document that we approve, that we review and approve.
Okay. Great.
Maybe I'm the only one
that describes those pieces.
Yeah, that would be, is that something the whole commission would like to see back? It'll be included in the letter I send to the applicants.
I think I would
send it to everybody.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that the designation subcommittee work out the details of that specification and then bring it back for the commission for review.
Perfect.
Sounds good. And have you thought of what screws you're going to specify?
That's something that needs to be
ones that don't rust out over a 5-year period of time.
The consultants, the consulting firms offer usually 1 or 2 for the National Register screws. Trying to make it simple as possible.
Yeah.
They do offer 2 choices in the ones I researched. So
square nails maybe is one of them.
Yeah.
Square nails.
But really just trying to make this as easy as possible.
Yeah, a simple thing. Yeah. Follow the instructions. Okay, that sounds good. So is that sounding like any other discussion? If not, then maybe Vice Chair House or Commissioner Early, if you want to make that a motion and move on.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, that the commission approves of the changes to the plaque design, and we request that we be furnished with a written document of the specifications for the plaques that will be what is sent to interested parties that want to apply one of these plaques to their property.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair House, seconded by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, and do you want to include the comment of going to the sign subcommittee for or the plaque subcommittee for the specifications, or it's fine?
Well, I assume that would be how it would proceed.
Okay, yeah, that's probably enough. The staff knows enough to do it. Okay, any other discussion? All right, in that case, we have a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Emanuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we are on to item 2, which is the 1426 Alta Vista Road. This is a new item, project design approval. This is the Dutch Colonial Revival residence constructed in 1919 by architect Wallace Neff. Is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory as eligible to be designated as a structure of merit. Proposal for a 2-story addition to the primary residence consisting of 268 square feet on the 2nd floor above a covered porch on the ground floor. The project includes a minor interior remodel pursuant to SBMC, etc. A sloped lot setback reduction has been applied to the front setback along East Mitchell Traina Street, reducing the required front setback from 15 feet to 10 feet. And project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings, major alteration findings, and hillside design and slope lot findings are required. The city's architectural historian prepared a significance report and a memorandum evaluating the project's consistency with the Secretary of Interior standards. All reports can be found at santabarbara.gov. All right. So do we have the applicant team here?
Mr. Chair, I believe we do. I just promoted Roxana Bonderson to a panelist. So Ms. Bonderson, go ahead and turn on your webcam and mic, please.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Nice to see everyone. Thank you. I would like to also ask for my architectural design partner to join. He will be presenting with me. Whoever is promoting people to panelists, can you see Mr. Robert Rich?
Yes, and Robert Rich has received a panelist request. So Mr. Rich, if you go ahead and just click accept. There you go.
All right, great. So since this is our first time seeing it, and since instead of so there's a significance report and memorandum that have both been prepared by Ms. Hernandez, which does similar to the historic structures reports in terms of analysis. What I think we should do is have the presentation and then maybe have Ms. Hernandez as well present the significance reports and memorandum and our conclusions, and then we can go to public comment, and then we can come back to the commission for questions for either and go from there. So, and you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll add on Ms. Hernandez. You don't have to take the whole 15 minutes, but if you take the whole 15 minutes, then we'll have Ms. Hernandez give a short summary afterwards. I think, do we have, does Zoom have a timer again, or did we lose that when we went to Zoom?
Unfortunately, there's no timer that's easily visible on the screen, but I'll time it on my end, and I will hop on and let you know when the 15 minutes is up.
Close.
Yeah, I can give a 2-minute warning as well.
That sounds good. Let's do that.
And Mr. Chair, I did have a couple of brief comments to make just to guide the commission here.
Please do.
All right, so this is the first time you're seeing this project. It has been determined to be complete, so it is eligible for project design approval at this hearing. And there is a provision in the municipal code that allows for a front setback reduction. So the front setback along Mitchell-Terena Street has been reduced from 15 feet to 10 feet. Therefore, the addition that's proposed does not require a modification. So just so you're aware of that. And I will let the applicant take it away from here, Ms. Bonderson.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. I'll begin by saying it's been a pleasure to work with Mr. Ted Hamilton. I'm so sorry to hear him leave the city because it's been such an easy and quite cooperative process to be able to work with him. So best wishes on your next endeavor. So for this project, there is a single family dwelling, an ADU, and a detached garage on the property. However, no work will be done to the accessory dwelling unit or the detached garage or any other areas of the property. This project, the one before you, is a proposal for an addition to the primary residence, to that single family dwelling only. It consists of 268 square feet, that's net, on the second floor, which will include a bathroom and a dressing room. Directly beneath the proposed second floor addition is a covered porch on the ground floor. And that is on the exact same footprint of the outdoor uncovered patio that was existing. So this proposal is for a second story to be placed directly above that space, and the area will remain open on 3 sides as it is now. We also have the front setback modification, as Mr. Hamilton indicated. We've configured the open yard to meet the municipal code, and no new parking is required by the municipal code for this project as it's proposed here today.
And actually, Ms. Bonderson, if I could stop you for 1 second. Do we want to get the site plan up while you're talking? Just because
Certainly.
That might be also visually helpful. If Mr. Hamilton or Bolton, Mr. Bolton. Is Mr. Bolton driving the backup house?
Chair, Mr. Bolton has been relieved of that duty, so design review staff is now doing that. So I'm doing it today.
Okay.
Ms. Burkhart will be doing it going forward.
Okay, great.
And in an effort to help, it should be PDF page 2, I believe. I will double check myself here as I'm speaking as well, while our driver is pulling up the document. It's actually PDF page 3 is our proposed site plan.
I apologize. I realized I was showing the PowerPoint, not the plans this whole time. So forgive me for that. Here we go.
So I don't know if you're resetting the clock. Want to make sure we have enough time.
Yeah.
And
that sounds good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I just want to mention, you can see the X squared off there, indicating the open yard. And the front setback is the dashed line, the new 10-foot setback line there. And as Mr. Hamilton mentioned, we have received completeness from staff. So I assume Ms. Hernandez is going to speak on her reports and the historical aspect of the site and the structure, but I will depend on our architectural designer, Mr. Robert Rich, to take over and add any comments directly referring to Wallace Neff's design and the design of our proposed addition here now. So he will also be able to address any tier 1 stormwater requirements that you might be interested in talking about or identifying on the site plan. So without any further ado, if you could pass the mic over to Mr. Rich.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mr.
Yes.
Rich? Yep.
Yes,
All
can you
good.
hear me?
Yes.
As a general background, Ms. Hernandez's historic review was very thorough, and I think if you've had a chance to read it, it answers most of the questions that you might have. But just from my client's point of view and our design point of view, this house was designed as a weekend house. So one of the things we needed to do is to bring it up to modern day standards so it really works as a modern house. And this necessitated the addition which we are proposing. The ground floor space is perfectly adequate for our needs and for most people's needs, but for the second floor, there were shortcomings, and this is why we're doing a second floor addition rather than doing a 2-story addition of usable space. Because of the setbacks, as you can see on the site plan here, we really didn't have a lot of choice where to put the addition. We could not go north and we couldn't go west, and south is the major elevation of the house, which we did not want to interfere with. So by process of elimination as well as practicality, we ended up with the addition where we are now. Also, we wanted to provide some covered outdoor space, which is more in keeping with the way people live in Santa Barbara these days. We also wanted to keep our intervention in the existing house to the absolute minimum, and I think we have succeeded at doing that. If we'd like to look at page 8, I think that is the way the house looks now. And at the top is the front elevation, and then the lower right elevation is the elevation where our attachment will go. And then if you will refer to page 10, there you see there our addition to the right there with the two pairs of windows, and below that, that is an opening, a large squared opening. And then the lower right drawing is the view showing that we basically are replicating the massing of the existing building at a slightly smaller scale and stepping back on the north and south elevation. So there's an obvious break between the addition to the building and the original fabric. And we are replicating materials. The roofing is the roofing on it, composite shingles on the building now are still available. So we are using the same shingles as are there now. The wood siding on the second floor level will be replicated, and we will be using plaster on the ground floor. The windows, existing windows, we are refurbishing. Obviously, the windows, if you look at the top elevation, the south elevation, the windows will be as close to what we have, but since they have to meet environmental standards of today, they cannot be exactly as they were before, but they will be as close as possible. The rest of the elevation basically is remaining as is. We'll refurbish the existing windows, but otherwise things remain pretty much as they are. If you would like to go to our photograph sheet and start with photograph number 9. That is the existing south elevation, and then the photograph next to it is basically looking down the terrace, and our new addition is around the corner from this. In view 10, basically the addition would not be evident. And then if you can look at photograph 5, that is the end of the existing building again, where our new addition will be attached. Our addition will be centered on that door. And so it's slightly off center to the mass of the main building, but centered on the door, which is the door to the living room. And you can see in that photograph also the existing brick terrace, which will be the same material we'll use for paving for this covered porch or loggia. And I believe that covers most of what you need to know. If you want to go to
Robert, before you leave this slide, may I just add something quickly?
Yes.
I would just like the members of HLC to be aware that the photo Mr. Rich just commented on, number 5 and number 6. Both of these images were taken on the inside of the property, inside of the shrubbery. So it's important to note that, not sure if any of you have had the opportunity to visit the site, but the area where the addition is proposed is not visible to the public, neither from Mitchell Traina on the north, nor from Alta Vista on the east, because of the shrubbery that you can see in picture number 8. And also number 13. It's unless you go really up close and dig your way through and push your way through the shrubbery, you don't really see much. And you can see the top ridge point of the existing house there in photo number 8. Thank you, whoever's driving this. You're doing a great job showing the zoom ins of the photos. Back to you, Mr. Rich. Anything else you'd like to add?
I believe that covers most of what I'd like to touch on today. So I will leave you to follow up with whatever other comments you might like to make.
Thank you. I believe that we've touched on everything, but we certainly are welcoming questions if we missed something that might be of interest to you all. So please let us have it.
All right, sounds good. So yeah, we'll go to questions after public comment. But first, let's now we can segue into if this completes the architecture presentation, we can jump into the historian summary, and then we can go to public comment. If you're all done with your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gabay.
All right. Okay, so in that case, Ms. Hernandez, did you want to give a little summary?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. As mentioned, this was added to the Historic Resources Inventory by commission vote in 2014 as part of the Lower Riviera Survey, as it was found significant because it's a Dutch colonial revival and it's the work of noted Southern California architect Wallace Neff. And we only have a few of his buildings in Santa Barbara. The other is at 1505 Alameda Padre Serra that I know of, are the two that I know of. And this one he actually designed for his mother as a weekend retreat and wrote about in an article, Architect of the Golden Age, or actually he wrote about in the Southern California Architecture Book magazine, which was attached so you could see his writing and his own thoughts about the architecture and the early photos. It was noted that he had originally designed the windows with the little diamond shaped wood pattern, divided lights. And those were removed so early in the history of the house that we consider it that the windows as they are now historically significant in this configuration because those were replaced really early in the life of the house. And I evaluated the addition to the Secretary of Interior standards. I think the most noted standard in this case would be Standard 9, which stated that the addition will not destroy any historic materials, features, and spatial relationships that characterize the property. The new addition will be on the far east side that faces the rear of the property and is least visible from the street on an elevation with fewer character defining features rather than the front. The most distinctive character defining feature on this elevation is the large gambrel roof. The existing gambrel roof will remain dominant on the facade and the addition will step down to be lower than the main and mimic the gambrel shape. Because it will be stepped down from the mass of the original house, it will be differentiated from the original in the size and scale and proportion, and massing it will be compatible with the original house. And it will not complete or obscure the original historic resource. So with those conclusions, I found it does meet the Secretary of Interior standards and can qualify for a categorical exemption through CEQA with a less than significant impact. And if you agree with those conclusions, then we can move on with that.
All right. All right. Anything else that you wanted to add, or does that complete the historian portion?
I think those are the main points that I have. I'll be here to
Okay,
answer.
great. We'll come back with questions after we go to public comment, but that's great. Okay, thank you. And so if now both presentation parts are done, let's go on to public comment. And any member of the public wishing to address the commission on this item, please click on the raise your hand icon. And then you have to click on the unmute. And when you're called on, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine and commissioners. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item at this time, please click the raise your hand icon and I can call on you. So at this time, I don't see any raised hands for this item and we didn't receive any written correspondence, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, the commission. So we oftentimes split it, but let's start with let's start reverse. Let's start with any historian memo report questions first. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Hernandez regarding some of the? I think I had one question. I know aside from the diamond pane windows, where were those? And just sort of a summary of the windows. Maybe you can just kind of go with the pictures around the house of what is original, and this might also be a combination of historian and architect, but what is original windows in the house? Are there any original windows and doors left? On the exterior.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. There is one set of windows remaining on the house that have the diamond panes, and they are they're in the historic significance report on page 2. I don't know.
Okay, and everything else was replaced way back when, or was it when they had the failing or whatever? Or is there stuff on there right now that's from, like, I don't know, 10 years ago or whatever? Like, what is everything still from pretty much the original time?
Yeah, so they looked like they had braces on the back of the windows in that 1921 article, which led us to believe they started failing pretty early. All the rest are wood, solid wood, single pane casement. So they're they're very consistent throughout the building.
Okay. So they're
yeah,
probably
so we don't have a
all
mismatch
from that early time whenever they started failing and they swapped them
yeah,
out.
there's no aluminum, there's no vinyl, there's no aluminum clad. The rest are just simple wood casements just without the leaded. And this one is the only set left on the building.
Okay, interesting. Okay, all right. That was all I had in terms of historian questions. Is there any other historian questions? Okay, so in terms of, this is a memo, it's not a historic structures report. So how should we go about parsing this? Sometimes we do an A and B where we vote on one, we'll discuss and vote on, vote on one and then go to the other. Usually it's the historian report first and then go on to the design after. And we'll see if we agree with the conclusions. What's the best way to take on this one, considering it's
well, you have, as a commission, have to make findings that the project meets the Secretary of Interior standards. So at the end of the design, if you feel it meets the Secretary of Interior standards, you can just say we concur with the memorandum that it meets the Secretary of Interior standards. And there's evidence on record that they were evaluated and you had that guidance.
Okay, gotcha.
If you have some edits, we can make them. So it can be part of the main motion, I think.
Okay, sounds good. So let's just add to just the question pile for now then, and then we can go into this in our discussion. We can go into how and what we want to agree with or change or whatever in both the historian and the design. So okay, so let's go into questions about the whole project, design, etc.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I have a question just on the orientation of the proposed addition to the offset door. Is that just a way of sort of having some fun with the design, or is there a structural component involved in that choice?
If I may answer that, there's not a structural component. It was merely, we're going to end up with basically a square space in the covered porch. So, and it will be quite symmetrical, and that was one reason having the door on access seemed to be a desirable thing from a design point of view.
Thank you very much. My questions.
Thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
I'm wondering if you prepared a 3D model of this at all. I'm observing on the proposed east elevation, the dormer windows feel kind of crowded to the existing structure behind, but it's really hard to evaluate just looking at these two-dimensional views. So I'm wondering if you examine that closely in a three-dimensional model.
Yeah, if you could.
No, we did not do a three-dimensional model. I think part of what dictated the massing of the dormer, which I assume you mean primarily on the south elevation, is we have a very small footprint, and trying to get maximum usable space on the second floor was sort of necessitated what we did. I think if you look at the end elevation, where the cursor is now, it is slightly set back and reduced mass. So I don't think it's going to appear crowded. The other issue too is that these dormers are all covered in the same material, roofing material, as the main roof. So they tend to sort of recess. And if we would go back to the photo sheet and look at the existing south elevation, if you look at, for instance, photograph 12, you'll see the dormers there sort of go away. The windows pop out, but the massing of the dormers themselves is pretty minor because of the steepness of the main roof slope.
Okay, I understand that. If we could go back to the elevations, please. And zoom out. And if we zoom in on the south elevation on the addition. How much space do you think that is between the existing structure and that dormer? I mean, it looks like almost impossible for somebody to get in there to apply shingles. And I'm wondering also if that looks crowded. So that's the nature of my concern.
I must be honest, off the top of my head, I don't know. I'm thinking it's 18 or 20 inches. I could verify that for you.
Okay, I just wanted to raise the question. I don't know if anybody else has a concern, so.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Commissioner Uli. That's why you were being so polite, and I thought you were deep in thought.
You weren't being ignored. He was muted.
Patiently waiting to be acknowledged. Thank you.
Yeah.
I share Vice Chair House's concern about this dormer currently on the screen, and would suggest that the shape, size, dimension of it match more closely to the existing, although it doesn't have to match exactly. That is, the existing dormer just to the left here has a much narrower vertical jam component than the new dormer to the right. So maybe we can help the look and feel of that by getting closer to the look of the existing dormer. I realize this, the new dormer, is a pop out of the whole room. So, there's usable space between the two windows. And so I understand that, but maybe the ends of the dormer can come in a foot or something to get closer to the feel of the existing dormer.
Certainly, we can look at it and look at reducing the east-west dimension of that dormer. I think that there does become a practical consideration in terms of usable floor area that I would hope you would consider. Also, if you pull back a little bit and see a little more of the elevation, you notice that the center dormer is a larger scale than the two side dormers. So there is a variation in scale, but I do appreciate your comments in terms of how close it is. And I think three-dimensional study, because the dormer does project out beyond the adjacent roof a bit because it's going up perpendicularly, whereas the major roof of a house is sloping back at a quite acute angle. So it's not a very deep trough between the two elements, shall we say.
And if I may add, without cutting anyone off, if I may add, if we could look quickly at PDF page 6, that is the proposed floor plan for this area. It might also be worth noting that this dormer, the whole addition is how can I explain that? Is ahead, is in front of the set. It doesn't set back in, so that tightness that may have been a concern in that foot. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Where the cursor was just zoomed in. It wouldn't be as much of a challenge to detail that area since it's not set back. It's not a tight enclosed deep area. It's actually in front. I don't know if that changes anybody's opinion on this, but it
just means the subs have long arms.
Yeah. So just wanted to draw your attention to the plan version of this. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hurley.
Continuing, to quote my father, who, said some interesting things while I was growing up with him. If you can draw it, somebody can build it. So I'm not necessarily concerned that the subcontractor who's putting the shingles on is going to have to work a little harder to get around the corner. My main concern is just echoing Vice Chair House's, and that is just the proportionality of these dormers. Even if you look at the plan view of those dormers as we see now, the jam elements are much narrower. I mean, the window is practically right on the wall. There is no return. It doesn't look like—
If you can zoom in a little bit, Mr. Hamilton.
Yeah, there you go. We only need that one existing dormer to contrast it with the new dormer. You're not going to lose much space if the new wall at the windows, comes in, 6 inches, so that the proportion facing out, the exterior elevation facing out, feels much more like the existing dormers than otherwise. So I think that—
I don't know if you can see that, but is that what you were talking about? I just want to make sure that—
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think it really impacts the floor at all. It certainly does impact the elevation.
Well, let me address that. I agree with you, and I think we can certainly reduce the dormer by 6 inches on each end without detriment to the interior space. So we will propose to do that.
That will make I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. That will make that new dormer fit more compatible with the existing dormers. All right, I'm done.
And then considering we're still in questions, let's try to keep our questioning, even though it's leading into comments, but yes.
I'll save mine for comments.
Okay, great. And then any other questions we had on this? I had one question, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure.
Standards, and in order to do that, we have to have double glazing and weather stripping and all these sort of things. So we could, in fact, replicate the existing windows, but we're not allowed to. So Roxana could probably address that better than me.
Okay, we'll get into that in comments, but okay, that's where I thought you were going, but I want to make sure.
I can just I can confirm, Mr. Grumbine, Chair Grumbine, that we do in California have the California Historic Building Code that does allow you to use methods of construction that were originally on the building. Our building department can be pretty stringent on new construction, though, rather than what's already existing on the house. So it might be a discussion with some of our building plans examiners, some of them in their interpretation of that section.
Yeah. The ones that aren't being grumpy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, but if anyone's listening from the building department.
We can advocate that section that says that you can use the same building method of construction materials that's in our California Building Code. We're so lucky to have that. But sometimes on newer editions, they're not as lenient on that as they would be if it was on the original portion.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, who is that?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Lembeck, sorry. With Zoom, I can't see everyone at the same time. I can't see who lit up. So, all right, Commissioner Lembeck.
If Mr. Hamilton could go up to the exterior elevations sheet. And yeah, right there, that's fine. On that existing south elevation on the left end, or I guess it would be the west end, it appears to be a flare in the roof as it comes down and meets the fascia line or the belt line that's there. Is that really there?
Yes, if you go down and look at on the same sheet, if you scroll down, you can see on the lower right elevation, if you zoom in on the eave detail, that's what's occurring. That's
I
the
don't-
existing east elevation with the
And
dormers.
do you have a
above.
photograph of that, just for ease?
Yes, if you go to the photograph page,
See it there on
Oh,
11.
there it is.
yes.
11, yeah. Zoom in. If you can zoom in there, Mr. Hamilton.
And if you'll notice that the roof of the dormers is flared also.
Because that doesn't repeat on the other end of the building.
Right.
And I'm wondering why, and you don't repeat it on your addition. I just was.
Yes, we do. If you go to page 10, and again to the lower right drawing, you'll see that we have a flare at the eave, replicating the flare of the eave of the main building behind, and also the flares on the dormers, which replicates the flare.
When you go back up to the south elevation, just rise up there. I mean, I see that flare on the left side. I see that flare.
It does not exist on the right side currently. And let me see again, if you go back to the photograph sheet. There, if you look at that, sorry, the one you had the cursor on before, number 11. If you blow that up, you'll see the flare is only in one dimension on this end of the building.
Hmm. All right, well, that's fine. I do know that in bungalow architecture, oftentimes that second floor or whatever it does, actually, the shingle actually flare out at the belt line, but it's not a big deal here. Thank you.
In this particular case, that is the odd condition, and I think it's because that's where the flat roof single floor addition meets the main mass of the building, which is more or less a continuous plane.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right. In that case, let's go to comments. So let's comment. And first, maybe we have a general quick discussion on the historic nature of the house and the general, and then we can get into the design particulars, but how we're thinking, comparing the historian's report and summary and memo to the general findings of the project. And obviously, I know that there's going to be a discussion about refinements and tweakings and adjustments and design, but first, the sort of the general conclusions of the historic report.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
Being a big fan of Wallace Neff, I'm quite familiar with his work, and I'm comfortable with the proposal. I think the detailing of the architecture is consistent, and I think that it's a plus that it's in a location that has low visibility. And there's always design challenges adding on to something. But I would add to the detail or the comments made before that if you look at the existing gables, dormers, what is characteristic of them is that the bit of wall on either side of the window is very slender. And we had a similar situation on a project a year or more ago where there were some oversized dormers being proposed, and that was one of the problems. The amount of wall to the left and right of the windows was excessive. So I think it's really important that that especially be consistent with the existing dormers. There be just that same width of shingled wall on either side of the windows. And likewise, I see that, you know, the exterior walls are framed as 2x6, but there's no reason for energy conservation that those end walls can't be 2x4. It's an average of all the insulation. So, you know, they could match that detail without any problem. So that's my comment.
All right. Thank you for those comments. And who wants to jump in next in terms of both? And if so, let's just start with the historian side of things first. is everyone in general agreement with the report, both that this is as a Wallace Neff house and that in its current condition, it is, it's obviously something that's special and something to be worked with nicely, and it is already a historic resource. And then tying to that is sort of the general conclusions of it. So if you don't really agree with those, then I think that we want to have the historic discussion first and foremost, and then roll into the comments on design changes or design tweakings. And obviously there's basically only one area of real design. So does anyone want to weigh in any more on the historic side of things? Commissioner Uli?
I would agree with Vice Chair House, knowing Neff's work pretty good. It's interesting that this little gem doesn't really fit into your kind of assumed knowledge of Wallace Neff, but nonetheless is a charming little building, and I agree with staff's conclusion about its value as a historic resource. I would also note that the report should note that Wallace Neff became a fellow of the AIA in 1956. So it's always nice to indicate one's achievements, and that was one of them. And obviously he got that because he was a great designer, great architect. So I agree with that report totally and support this project as a result.
All right. I just have one quick question, actually, to go back to questions for the applicant or Ms. Hernandez. Was there any photographs, are there any photographs, and specifically of the dormers, or any record, any other record of the historically? And where I'm going with this, I could see it being them all being wrapped, but I could also see it being siding, and I'm just curious as to if there was any other documentation, or is all the documentation in the current memo and that?
I can respond by indicating if you would like to show the imagery that Ms. Hernandez has provided in her report. She's used all the imagery that we were able to find, plus some articles that we were able to identify coming from magazines. My understanding, and I'll let her speak for herself, is that she's included all the photography that was available.
Well, that was a big change from what it looked like back when. We went from Spanish to, I'm just kidding.
Well, that was his other house.
That's not this project property.
Yeah.
Ted, if you can go down to that, in this article, it's like page 19 in the article, there's a picture of Wallace Neff and his mother in front of the house. You can see the dormer behind them. Just keep going right there. There in that bottom
that's
corner.
Wallace Neff's brother. It's his brother.
Oh, yeah, it says, yeah,
Can you
it
zoom
says.
way in? Okay. So it for sure was the shingle there. That's a good point. You can see the side of it. Okay. That answers it. They were always shingled. Okay. Great.
In your report, if you could scroll back up a bit, or we can look at the drawings. On the north elevation of the house, you'll see he has oversized dormers with just a minor punched window on. He was running into the same issue because of a sloped roof. In order to get enough usable space, he had to sort of box out, and I'm afraid I took the same out that he did. If you want to go to our sheets, but I think the photograph says it better in the Coles report.
Okay, great. Yeah, that answered it. Okay, so back to comments.
Scroll down. The next sheet there, you see that is the north side of the house. And he's done the same thing. He has an oversized dormer, and I admit this is the back of a house, but that was the way that he dealt with the planning issues on the second floor.
Gotcha. Good point. Thank you for that. Okay.
And I
so
think you can
going-
see the dormer next to it, which is more or less matches the one on the front elevation. It's pretty, you know, it may be a little clearer in that photograph than in some of the others. And again, quite a difference in scale between dormers on the same elevation.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so back to the commission for continued comments. And I think what's seeming that some of the key ones are the biggest one right now is in conversation is the dormer size and shape. The other item brought up was just the centering on the doorway, centering of the whole gambrel roof on the doorway. So if anyone wants commenting on that as well, and then anything else that you want to comment on.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, I know this house pretty well, and it's in my neighborhood, but far enough away that I can comment on it. And I think that the house itself been a hidden gem for many years. I'm really glad it's been well taken care of. It's a beautiful place. And I think that the proposed project fits it very well. I do think that Commissioner House's and Commissioner Uli's comments about the spacing of the dormers is on the money, but I support the project. I think it's a wonderful one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, other comments? I'm just scrolling through some other things here. Okay, so Commissioner House and Uli have commented on the dormers. I had the same feeling that you all had with the dormers, and I think that's a good argument for in terms of looking at the other elevations, although they were the back elevation, that they were the practical took over more. It's sounding like if you can also, because it's in my mind, because you're also comparing it visually right there, right in front of you to the other dormers. And if you could get them looking a little closer, that would be a little more beneficial as well. So I would agree in general with the Commissioner or Vice Chair House and Commissioner Uli's comments on that. Any other thoughts on this whole project? Or anyone else want to jump in, add their 2 cents on it? Oh, the one comment, yeah, the window discussion comment. Yeah, I think that if at least trying to propose the single glazed is, and there's usually been decent luck with the building department here allowing it as, especially something so closely comparable to the original, and making use of the historic building code for that to not meet energy requirements, although we still try to, but with the historic significance in mind. Any other comments on it? Or anyone else want to jump in on it? Okay, well, it's sounding like there's pretty strong support for the project. They're here for project design approval, right? So
that is correct.
And then also there will need to be made all the compatibility findings if someone is feeling project design approval, and major alterations findings and hillside design and slope block findings. And then also a note of approving the significance report and memorandum.
Mr. Chair.
City Historic. Vice Chair House.
I'll try a motion. My motion would be to continue it for 2 weeks or however long is necessary, because I would like to see some further study on that dormer and if at all possible, a 3D view so we can better evaluate how that fits with the structure. So, and so if it doesn't get seconded and somebody makes a substitute motion, that's fine. But the motion would be that the commission concurs with the city architectural historian's evaluation of this project, and that the commission is accepting of the proposal of the addition, but would like to see further study of the dormer on the south elevation to be more consistent with the other dormers on that same elevation, and to provide a three-dimensional view or views to give a better understanding of how the massing relates to the existing building.
Second.
All right, motion by Vice Chair House, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion. Any discussion? All right. Well, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
No.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, and then I'll just put for the record, I think that it was close enough that we could get there in the next round, and the massing of the dormer was a minor enough change that project design approval would seem to be appropriate with those other comments to come back with more study. So, all right, okay. So thank you to the applicant for the project, and we look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
All right, you too. All right, on to, let's see, we are, a little quick time check. We are 25 minutes behind, but we'll keep charging forward here. We have item 3, 32 and 36, West Creo Street. This is a new item for concept review. This is a proposal for a new electric vehicle charging station with 20 charging stations in 2 vacant lots on the corner of Chapala Street and West Creo Street. This project also includes a new wood trellis structure, landscaping, mechanical equipment enclosures, and amenities space for customers and public street improvements. There's no final appealable action will be taken at this meeting. The project was last reviewed July 7th, 2021. As part of the pre-application review, city staff prepared a staff memo describing HLC's purview.
All right. Mr. Chair and Commissioners,
yes,
I think we have the applicant team here. I'd just like to double check with Sheree Nays if you click the accept button. I promoted you and Nicole Culp to panelists. All right, while we're waiting for them to join as panelists, I just wanted to make a brief comment about the memo, specifically referencing the memo here. So this project has changed a little bit since you last saw it in terms of the required entitlements. And so previously when this project came before you during a pre-application consultation, there was a performance standard permit that was noted as being required. The city attorney's office, in consultation with staff, determined that that performance standard permit does not apply to electric vehicle charging stations. It's more meant for fuel stations for regular gas cars. In addition, regarding the electric vehicle chargers themselves, so the chargers and the related equipment are subject to ministerial approval and are not subject to design review. So in other words, if a proposal were to come forward in El Pueblo Viejo for just chargers and associated equipment and no other alterations to a site, then they would be subject to ministerial permitting and not design review. So the memo details a little bit more about that, and I have it here to share. And if you have any questions about that, let me know. Otherwise, let's see. Cherie Nays, go ahead and.
Oh, hi. This is Lauren Paletta. I'm actually going
Lauren.
to be presenting. Hi, Ted.
Okay, great. And is there anyone else who might be an attendee who I should promote at this time? I have Nicole Culp and Daniel LaSalle, I believe.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay, great. I'll turn it over to you then.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Are the
Hello.
Hi. Are the slides that we provided going to be shared? Or should we plan to?
Only if Mr. Hamilton wants to. If he's feeling like it. So yeah, so let's just do a quick little overview. You'll have 15 minutes to present the project if you need it. You don't have to take the whole time. And then afterwards, I think it would be good to have a little, any questions that from the commission to Mr. Hamilton or others or the presenters in terms of making sure we're clear on if there is any questions of purview or questions of other things to make sure that we're discussing the right things in the right way. So, all right. So welcome, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves for the record and your team, and then walk us through.
Okay. My name's Lauren Paletta. I presented and spoke with you all back in July. I am the California Regional Manager for the operations of Electrify America and leading the team that's building out these charging stations, specifically throughout California is my purview, but we're all across the country on all major highways and cities. And this concept that we're bringing here to Santa Barbara is a new concept for us, which has, it's more of a showcase level site. And so we have more dispensers, our chargers. Here we're fitting 20. We have built a few of these, not in major cities, but yeah, that's our new concept basically, is to put them in these hubs and make it more of a destination. So that is the reasoning behind this amenity portion that we put at the corner, because we thought that it was the most aesthetically appealing to have our amenity space at this major corner. And we know that there's a farmer's market adjacent on Carrillo, and we did want to comply with the design, with the El Pueblo Viejo style. So we took your comments from July. We feel that we've implemented them, especially in the amenity space and the trellis architecture. And
oh, sorry, can I pause you there? Could we
yes.
actually, I had forgotten about that, to bring that up. Do we have the comments from July and to go over from last time?
Yeah.
We do, Mr. Chair. And commissioners, keep in mind that these comments, since this was a pre-application consultation, are not binding for the application that you're seeing here. These are for reference only, and the applicant is not required to stick to these comments.
Okay. And just as a point of clarity for that, they aren't required to stick to those comments because this was a pre-application, or because there's a different understanding now of what purview is, or what's the because?
Because this is a pre-application design consultation, it's this is a one-time sort of hermetically sealed, so to speak, hearing.
Gotcha.
And
okay.
the comments aren't binding as they would be in a formal application, which is what you're reviewing
Perfect.
today.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, sounds good. And if this was a totally different project where they just redesigned everything, then I don't think it would be even useful to cover them. But if considering there's still similarity, it might be good to at least cover them in terms of what was said then as well. Okay, and then let's pause. So we'll pause everything for a minute. I'll read through these. And then that might also tie to what some of your comments that you're about to make as well, because you were also referencing it. So if we can zoom in a little bit. My eyes aren't so good in 2022 as they were in 2021. All right, thanks. So commission comments. In general, all commissioners are positive about the project and about bringing electric stations to Santa Barbara. 2, in terms of the design, the material needs to be natural stucco, heavy timber, clay tile, stone, etc., and part of the El Pueblo Viejo guidelines. Some examples of trellises are the Cabrillo Center, El Encanto, the Cottage Hospital for steel trellis. The diagonal columns and ladder design at the end of the trellis are not appropriate. Use of girders and beams at the top are typical and proper. 3, in general, at least a number of the commissioners cannot find the glowing green light from the charging station acceptable. Study ways of screening the light or providing other solutions. 4, there are concerns regarding the cafe seating area size, current design, and lack of activated space. 5, the asphalt in general is not desirable. The commission prefers permeable pavers, other hardscapes for driveways. 6, minimal visible lighting is encouraged and consider hiding it in the trellis. The general lighting on the site and the station lighting will need to be traditional if visible or hidden if not traditional. 7, the commission recommends looking at the Ralph's design with pergolas and landscape areas. 8, the utility storage area should be simpler, provide a garden wall look capped with roof tile, clay tile, or other typical Santa Barbara El Pueblo Viejo style wall capping. 9, in general, it's important to have street landscape architect familiar with El Pueblo Viejo guidelines. 10, consider installing solar panels at this location and if there is a way to integrate them in a way that is not visually problematic. All right, and that was 11. The commission understands the safety concerns and challenges regarding seating area. All right, there we go. So those are the comments, and it wasn't a motion, so there wasn't a vote. And also because of that, I'm assuming, Mr. Hamilton, that if a commissioner was not on the previous during the previous hearing and or wasn't on the commission and hasn't watched the videos, they can still both question, comment, and vote on the current item because this was a one-off hermetically sealed project before. Is that correct?
That's correct. The application you're reviewing today is a new application.
Okay, perfect. All right, great, thanks. All right, so now let's go back, Ms. Paletta, and why don't you take back over your proposal.
And Ms. Paletta, I've got you at about 13 minutes to go.
Okay, very good. I think we can get into the details. I would say we did take a lot of the feedback we spent a lot of time on the details looking at the examples. We used the Ralphs as we modeled a lot of the design of the Ralphs across the street. You can see the permeable pavers are implemented here. All of the materials that we've decided to use followed the feedback as well. We lowered the wall that you see. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but to the left, where the utility equipment is, that was a much higher wall. So we have lowered that with the feedback to have more of a garden wall. And the dispensers, you'll see that the charging units themselves are integrated with the architecture. So I think a few items to note about the amenity area, if you want to keep moving through here, we're leaving it flexible, calling it, a customer waiting area. And we've implemented the local, this is a great view, some local landscaping, all native plants, I believe. And we have the permanent seating, which we feel like will help with potential vagrancy or any other issues in the space. There is integrated lighting here. So we feel like from a safety perspective that we have the bases covered. And I think from the previous images, if you remember, this one makes it look a lot more open. And I think just general visibility into the area. It's more inviting. It's at that main corner. And then it opens up into the charging area. So that's our general intent. I feel like, the material, the use of space, the architecture of the trellis portion was all in mind with the El Pueblo Viejo style. Yeah, I think I'll leave it open there, and I can respond to questions based on certain design aspects.
Okay, great. All right, if that completes your presentation, we'll go to public comment now. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the hand icon to raise your hand, and then you'll get, and then you'd be need to unmute yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes to talk.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. If any member of the public would like to speak at this time, please raise your hand and I can call on you. While we wait, I can confirm that we didn't receive any written correspondence for this item, and I still don't see any hands raised, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll close public comment and on to the commission for questions. Go with questions. Who wants to start? Not all at once.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Howe.
I was trying to look on the PDF and get some more information. Could you describe for me is there lighting incorporated in the trellis in the pergola? I think you might have said something about it being incorporated into it.
Yes, there's recessed, so you can't see it in the images, but we have recessed lighting there.
Can you go to the electrical plan that would show the locations of that, and then perhaps the illustration of the fixtures, cut sheets or something?
If you please go to sheet E4, I believe it is.
If you have a PDF page number, that's the most helpful thing.
No, I do not. But which sheet number are you at right now? Sorry,
I think it's probably around sheet 20. I'll take a look there.
E4 is PDF
Okay.
page 18.
Okay, keep going back. Sorry, go back a couple of pages.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, so there's their cut sheets for the light fixtures. So, excuse me. So the fixture all the way to the right is the parking lot fixture, the pole mounted fixture. Then the fixture, the top center, that's the pendant fixture that's within hanging from the pergolas. And then the fixture bottom center is the fixture that's integrated into the pergola. And there's a detail I can show you also. And then the fixture to the right or left, all the way to the left, that is within the utility enclosure.
Okay.
So that's not seen from the street.
Okay.
So if we go one page back, please. There you go. So right here's a detail in the bottom right corner showing how there you go. In the bottom right corner, showing how the downlight is integral into the pergola. So you can see the bottom of the can light is flush with the bottom of the beams.
Okay.
Therefore, that fixture is totally hidden up in the cavity and is black. So hopefully it really just disappears quickly. And then if you go another sheet back, I can show you where the location, go 2 sheets, sorry. So if you zoom in on the pergola, the main pergola, there you go. So right there, you see the locations. F4 is the locations of the can lights. And then F3 is the location of the pendant lights.
Okay.
And the location and the look is probably going to pretty much match what's across the street at Ralph's.
Okay. And what's the lamping in those fixtures? Or
All
they're LED, presumably.
Yeah, all LED. If you go back to sheet 15, well, 16, sorry. There you go. So you can see that they are all LED and 3000 Kelvin.
Okay. And you have a foot candle plot in here somewhere, don't you?
Yes, we do. If you go back to 15. There you go.
Okay. Can we zoom in on that? Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty low. That's good. Okay. All right. That's the only question for now. Now I do have another question.
Yes.
All right, fire away.
So you have, well, sounds like a comment. You've made tremendous strides since the last time we saw it. But one thing that stands out to me is that the pergola is still not a traditional design in that it doesn't have the stack of 3 layers of beams, cross beams, and lath on top of it. And I just went to Street View in Google and looked at the Ralph's trellis, which does have that arrangement, and yours is all in one plane. And I'm wondering if you had a reason for doing it that way.
I'm just trying to get a view of it as well.
Yeah.
That's a good view.
Yeah, zoom in. Yeah, zoom in there. Yeah.
So you're saying that there's a third,
Well, you will have everything basically in one plane, so there's no element of things stacking.
Yeah, so those are all in the same plan, but Vice Chair House is saying. Rather than rather than having like, if this was your biggest beam, and then you would set this sort of up higher on top of it. And then you would set your other ones even up higher on top of it.
Yeah.
So it'd be like a stacking. That's what he's saying. And he's wondering if there's a reason for that, like a particular reason, like a height thing or like some other thing that was driving it, or why they couldn't be stacked.
We can look into. We can look into
Putting
it.
words in
That
his mouth, but that's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, we can look into it, that aspect. It was just keeping the design simple and as the single plane like you had mentioned. But we can look into it the other way, having the triple layers. I see what you're talking about at Ralph's. I do have that up on the screen also.
Okay.
Related question? Oh.
I have a question when we get to it.
All right, Commissioner Manuel, then Commissioner Lenvick.
This is a good view. If you zoom out just a little bit so we can see the enclosure up at the upper area. On the last presentation, I think that was enclosed with a wall. Is it now just showing, is it now just bollards?
That area was always bollards. I don't recall a wall ever being up there.
Okay, my wrong recollection. And then can you go to just any plan view?
Page 9.
For the, so you've got a small freestanding wall on the perimeter of the project against Carrillo and against Chapala, which is required, but there's a break in it, which looks to be where the drive aisle comes through the parking lot. Is there any other reason for the break in it besides cars trying to back up?
Sorry, where's the break?
It's, yeah, right where the cursor is there.
So that's not a break in the wall. That's just a zigzag basically. And that's only for the cars that are all the way down at the end so that they have a little bit of backing space so they can hit that angle without hitting the wall.
So the proposed wall, which is shown in black and white dash, does actually complete that little jog?
Yes.
I guess that raises the question: what is the black and white dash? Can you zoom in? Is that a wall, or is it something else that's indicating?
So
or is it like a full height wall?
Is it possible to turn on Renee so Renee can answer a couple questions?
Mr. Hamilton, we have a Renee.
We do. Renee Monfared. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I've made you a panelist.
Thank you.
All right. And I think you might have to unmute yourself, Renee, if you are on, or maybe not.
Sorry about that. Yes, so you guys were talking about the wall, right? So there's essentially two pieces of wall. So if you go to that where your cursor was, yes, right to the right. So there is a jog, as Daniel was saying. It's just for cars to back out, and that's a 6-inch curb right there. And then the black and white dashes are shown as walls, a 3-foot retaining wall.
That answers that question. And then another question, I saw there was an example of in the last meeting talking about where these charges were before. And I went and looked on Street View, and there's some lime green bollards. So my question is, what color are the bollards for these? And I guess I'm getting at making sure that they're not lime green.
No. Yeah, our standard is just a stainless steel sleeve over the bollard.
Okay. Okay.
And I'll tie it to a question of the ballot bollards while we're on there. So what's the purpose of the bollards as opposed to something else that's more visual screening of all the equipment? Is it a access thing? If you can scroll up a little bit just so we can see it. Yeah, zoom in there. So yeah, what is, and because that they will be visible, even especially from the sidewalk looking, they're in the back of the lot, but they're still visible through. Is there any solution that is possible for screening, or is it more of an equipment reason that there have to be bollards, or are they just keeping cars from running into them?
The main purpose was for protection of the equipment, but what could be done also is for viewing is possibly a Trex fence in that area, just going across the front of the gear. So from the sidewalk, it wouldn't be seen.
Is that an El Pueblo Viejo Trex fence?
It's a good question.
Sorry, I didn't know Trex made UPV. Okay, but you could have a fence. You could have something there, wall screening it. Is that correct?
It does have to be movable, I believe,
Okay.
Daniel. That's the only thing for maintenance and access.
Yeah, we would just need to have some sort of access doors into it. We would need two locations of access doors. Mainly it was open like this so that there would be full egress opportunities. But what we could do is just add doors at a couple locations for egress.
Okay, great. All right, sorry, back to you, Commissioner Manuel.
I just had one more question. In the last meeting, there was a discussion of having a landscape architect on board, and specifically there was a comment about looking at required landscape buffers, excuse me, on the perimeter, which the city has some standards, and I think this is the same layout as I saw before. Has there been any discussion about that, or any movement on it, or reason why it is still the same?
Yeah, we believe that the landscape plan is compliant with the code, and specifically what we've moved forward with is the plant schedule and the selection.
Sorry, I should be more specific. There's a requirement about a 5-foot perimeter buffer, as well as a 3.5-foot wall. So those are specifically what I'm getting at on the perimeter.
And you're tying to that question with the question of, and even though that was a separate one-time application, it was indicated of, basically a landscape architect would be a good addition to the project to solve a lot of these little things, or a lot of these pieces. Is that where you were going with that question?
It is, and I saw that there was like a planting plan, and so I guess I assumed that there was already a landscape architect kind of involved. And I was asking if there had been any movement, I guess, with the landscape, assuming that there had been one brought on.
So I guess the first part of the question is there a landscape architect brought on, or is it, or are you not, or do you not have one? And then that would be a follow-up.
We do. Yeah, we did bring on a landscape architect after the July meeting.
And are they on the call? And then who, and if so, and also who are they?
Yeah, they are not on the call right now. We did go out to, I have a list of all I remember it was suggested to go to local landscape designers in Santa Barbara, and we actually got declined from 4 locally. They are local to Southern California, and they were compliant with the local code, and we feel like all the plantings are local native as well. But yeah, we did integrate them in our design. But I guess, is there a question specifically about an area that we're not compliant with related to landscape?
You know, I'll leave it for comments. I'll address it in comments.
So
okay, great.
Evergreen. Evergreen is the architectural landscape, and their drawings are. If you go back to like sheet 50, 60, their drawings are at the end of this package.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you zoom back out on this plan a little bit? Come on in, yeah. The perimeter of the parking area, as was stated, needs to have landscaping by ordinance, and the only perimeter portion you have that has landscaping by ordinance is that north edge of that drive, but the balance of the driveways and such need landscaping as well. And I don't know that your plan shows that, and I think you ought to look carefully at how you manage your plan and get those landscape edges into the plan. My question that I have is and it's been partially answered, is the equipment enclosure in the dogleg that goes north. And all you have shown on the plan that I can see at least is bollards. And I mean, if that's all you have, then you're going to have a lot of people sleeping in here every night of forever. And I think that's a problem. And you've got to provide security on your property from the standpoint of how people will use it, all the time. I mean, you'll have backpacks stacked back in there.
That's the question, right? Will you have backpacks?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't see any enclosure there, and it concerns me. And I understand that you're talking about a fence there, and we will want to see that. The other thing, what keeps me from coming in and parking my car in here?
Yeah, operationally, that's an issue that we struggle with at all of our sites.
I will park.
Well, do you have an electric car?
No, I don't. But I say people will take advantage of parking spaces if there's no one there to keep them out. And I don't see any place, a kiosk or anything for someone to control who uses this. So it will be parked by other people who are not charging their cars. It's inevitable. And as we mentioned before, that's the only questions I have.
Okay.
I have a lot of.
Let's stick to questions. Yeah, let's stick to questions, and then we'll go from there. Any other questions?
I do.
Sorry, was that Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Okay.
So first question, there's a single charging station by itself in this view. I was thinking about the access and egress to that sitting out there by itself.
And let's just make sure we are clear as to where is that
right
single?
There. That's the correct. So my question is the width, what was the intent behind putting a single charging station in that location?
That's for Tesla.
No, Tesla can't charge here. Actually, a new design that we're implementing, and we think locally that people with EVs will be able to utilize this for trucks pulling trailers. There are a lot of new trucks, EVs to the market, and so that's also why we can't have certain trees. We struggled to have the correct clearances for a larger vehicle pulling a trailer.
So with a vehicle in there charging, there's still sufficient access in and out of the location?
Correct. So it's one-way traffic just for that charger through that drive aisle.
Okay. My other question was back to the trellis just for a second. So I noticed that on the trellis structure itself, the columns are round, and I don't know if I recall if that is similar to what is at across the street. Yeah, because we have obviously rectangular, square upper trellis parts, and then the colonnades are round. Does that match the Ralph configuration?
That's to align with the Ralph's design.
Was that the thinking behind that? Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. All right, those are my questions.
All right, thank you. Other questions, Vice Chair House?
Yeah, back to PDF page 17. I'm getting a closer look at your different lanterns. Let me get back to the zoom here. Okay, so the one on the right, that looks like it's got the LED lamp up in the cap of the fixture. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, because in your 3D rendering, it looked like there was a glowing globe within the fixture. So this fixture on PDF page 17 is the correct fixture then?
This is the correct fixture.
Yeah, and then the one to the left of that, the hanging fixtures, that goes in the pergola?
That's correct.
And those are mostly decorative because you've got all those downlights in there too, right?
Yeah, these are just strictly for aesthetics.
Well, as far as aesthetics, I'm seeing they're sheet metal with white plastic diffusers. So I was wondering how you
that sounding like a comment.
Well, I'm putting it in the form of a question. How did you come to that conclusion, that choice of fixture?
Well, they're not white, they're black.
Well, it says it has a white acrylic lens in it, and it's paint lock sheet steel. So, you know, it's just, it doesn't seem up to the same standard as the other fixture, which is cast. So I'm wondering if they're really necessary.
Oh, they're not necessary. They were just for aesthetics to have pretty much the same look as Ralph's, but I could remove those and it will not affect the lighting in the pergola area.
Okay, and then as far as your pole lights in the charging area, you have them 20 feet tall overall, is that correct?
That's correct. If you go, trying to think, there's a detail on here. It might be page 18. Oh, sorry, it's the D sheets. I don't know exactly. If you just keep flipping through. Couple more. There you go. Right in the middle. And then you'll see that the overall height shows 20 feet.
Okay. Is there any reason they need to be that tall?
It's just for the spacing that we had. There is just to help have less poles, but be able to have them up higher and throw out more light as a Lambertian type fixture.
Okay. And then if we could go to sheet 34. So I am seeing the pergola. This has a call out of steel tube columns. But if we go to sheet 42, they seem to be called out as 8x8 wood.
So there's steel columns inside the plaster columns. They're not wood, so we'll get that cleaned up.
Yeah, because also on the pergola, these drawings in this area are calling them wood columns. But on your 3D rendering, you have round plaster columns. So it's the plaster is what you had intended?
Yeah, plaster columns. The same thing that's shown on the renderings is the intention here.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now.
All right. Other questions? Commissioner Jordan?
Yes, I have a question about signage. I'm looking through the submitted plans, particularly the images labeled spec book at the end, and I don't see much in the way of signage. Do you intend to have prominent signage?
Not at this time.
And is it the intention of the design that it be essentially an unmanned facility?
Correct. We do plan to have a private security service and security cameras who will be maintaining the space on our behalf.
But it would be wrong to treat this as the electrical equivalent of a gas station where there's an attendant and there's big signage for the various oil companies.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, any other questions before we roll into comments? All right, let's roll into comments. I wanted to first start off by just thanking the applicant team for generally speaking, very much taking our comments to heart and doing a really good job. I think that the questions have shown that you're really moving in the right direction. And so thank you for all your efforts to this. And so with that, let's roll into comments. And who wants to kick off? All right, Commissioner Manuel.
So for the equipment enclosure up towards the north and the back, I think that should be visually screened off. The touching on the perimeter planters that I was referring to before, if you could go to just a plan view, I guess the landscape plan actually. So city code requires along the both Chapala and Carrillo a 5-foot planter perimeter buffer, as well as a 3.5-foot wall. And you're under that, not by a lot, but you're under it. And then that wall needs to continue. You've got the drive aisle that goes right through, and then in that planter, if I read it right, you've got Diamondia, which is going to grow max of 3 inches. So you're going to have headlights that glare straight into Carrillo as people drive in there. And then if they're backing up, then you've got the back end of cars potentially hitting people on the sidewalk. So that needs to be, I think, per code, per city code. Along Chapala, similarly, you've got the large opening, the pedestrian opening down there at the bottom. And then cars parked directly north of that, or not north, but just up from that. Their headlights would potentially also be going straight to Chapala. So not saying that at the sidewalk it needs to be closed off, but somehow creatively preventing headlights from getting to Chapala. Those would be my comments for that. There's also a requirement for parking lot trees, and I think it's 1 tree per 5 spaces. You have 19 spaces, but I think you could easily get 4 canopy trees on this parking lot. And I know you brought up an issue of trucks and trailers and trees, and I'm not aware of that conflict, but I know that we've got a list of parking lot trees you can pick from. And then on the left side of this, on the left drive aisle stemming from Chapala, you've got a large white wall. It'd be nice to see some planters in there with or even planter pockets, I guess, but to have some green up that wall, maybe put some vines on it. It's just a really huge white wall, huge visual impact. And then my last comment would be the arbor that's at the corner. Some vines on that as well, just because it's going to be a big prominent thing right at a prominent intersection. So I think that's oh, my last comment would be the bollards that are at each individual charging station. You said those are going to be stainless steel. If you could look into making those match a little bit more to the light post that you're going to have, I think it would all tie in quite a bit better and be more operable video. Those are all of my comments.
All right, thank you. Who wants to go next? Commissioner Lundvik?
I'll go next. I'll follow up on Mr. Manuel's comments on landscaping. That west driveway with the wall, the city parking ordinance does require a planter along that.
Hold on, sorry, Commissioner Lundvik. Let's make sure we're talking about it. So west meaning which direction?
I would say north then. In our conversation, the north wall.
So this is that's north wall,
yes,
right?
Right. Yeah, that wall. I mean, that driveway there needs to have planting at the base as per our parking ordinance. I mean, we don't come in and put a driveway up against the property line or wall without landscaping, and it's in the ordinance. My elsewhere in the drawings, I get the impression that the masonry wall that is surrounding the equipment on Chapala Street is I think some comment on the drawing says match existing or match other. Is that wall not plastered or otherwise finished?
Yeah, can you go to the rendering? Because I think it's plastered. So can we go to drawings that show what it is?
Yeah, okay,
there. Go zoom in.
So that wall is plastered there then, is that right?
Yeah, it looks like with a tile cap. Looks like a flat tile cap.
I believe stucco, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, that's good. That's great. The biggest problem I have, and it's probably not architectural. Well, the trellis structures that are along the charging stations, what would be on the east drive then, with the single pole and the cantilevered trellis, very untraditional. And I don't know, I would rather not see a trellis structure there than to see one that is supported by a single pole.
And actually, let's go to that. Let's go to the drawings for that, because I think
let's
that
zoom in on that.
Explain.
Right? Zoom in right there. At the far no, the back.
No,
the back,
far one. The
other
one.
Yeah.
The ones
zoom
above.
in there. Yeah. So those are single pole with the trellis structure cantilevering out from it. That is not possible in traditional, Mediterranean architecture. And as I say, if you can't get
what you're saying is this needs to have a column on this side.
Well, yeah, you have to have a column on each end of the beam, or as I say, I would rather not see anything there than to see something that's bad. And this is a poor example of putting a trellis over cars when the architecture is not good. So now we'll back up to another one of my comments regarding this open space that's fronts on Chapala Street. If you don't have, you can back down to show that again, under the main trellis, that space right there, unless you've got someone there managing it darn near 24 hours a day, is going to be vagrantized very quickly. It will be taken over by backpacks and people who are resting and sleeping and whatever. And I don't know that we should encourage you to do that. I don't know that the police department wants to have to be here all the time, hustling people out. I just don't know who's going to keep it clean, when they get through doing whatever they do in there. And I cannot support this project with that space being uncontrolled and open to everybody who wants to come in there and sit. If I was charging my car, I'd probably stay in my car rather than get out and going into that space. Really, it is a problem, and I cannot live with that. I'd rather have a vendor there selling hot dogs who takes responsibility for the space. You know, have somebody there with a rolling cart selling, you know, whatever, fruit and vegetables, but have it unattended, unsupervised is a death knell for this corner. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lenvick. Vice Chair House.
As to Commissioner Lenvick's last comments, that certainly was a major topic the last time we reviewed this, that concern about how this is going to be monitored and kept clean and safe and attractive. So, you know, I don't know what the solution is, but you mentioned the police, and I know on the Paseo to the parking lot number 3, where we met with the Public Works Director, as well as somebody from the police department. I'm wondering if the applicant has had a consultation with the police department, whether or not they have input that they'd like to provide on this. So, you know, that would be a suggestion to do that. My comment would be that I'm concerned about the vertical scale of things, and it may be a visual optical illusion a little bit. The round plastered columns are awfully slender, and that makes the trellis, the pergola, look excessively tall. What is the height to the bottom of the trellis beams?
We'll need to go back to the detail where you had shown the wood supports.
42 or something? Either 34 or 42, one of those two. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
So 11 feet to the bottom.
Scale at all. So I think something closer to 8 or 9 feet would be much more appropriate. Get the triple stack of trellis members, get vines on it. All those things I think would help. And then the plastered columns at the Ralph's pergola are much more stout. So it all has to do with proportions. While I agree in theory with Commissioner Lenvick's, I'm open to it, but once again, it has to do with the proportions. If that thing is 11 feet tall and the plastered columns are so slender, then it's just not architecturally credible. If the columns were much stouter and that cantilever beam was like a 12 by 12 or something, and there are vines growing on it, you know, not so much attention is called to it. Likewise, if we can go back to the first page of the 8.5 by 11 sheets that show the pictures, whatever that is. Yeah, there we go. And zoom in to look at the single pole cantilever things in the back. What looks like a front beam, you know, is just spanning between the cantilever beams, and yet there's an outrigger tail to it. So it's just not structurally credible. So if the cantilever beams were much stouter, and then you had a stack on top of that, then it starts to make, it does help to kind of green up the space and make it not such a heat island in the city. And so that, you know, all these charging stations aren't standing out in the sunlight. So, and to the extent that you can get those pole lights shorter, I think that would be a benefit. I understand what you're saying about the pole spacing versus height, but if you can still achieve your objectives by going down to 18 feet tall or something, that would be a great benefit. Thank you.
All right.
Chair.
Commissioner Norton.
I have several comments. First of all, I think this is a much better design than we saw previously, and I appreciate the effort that that the applicant has put into responding to our concerns. Secondly, I have some sympathy for the applicant in terms of the issue of dealing with the homeless that Commissioner Lenvik brought up. It's a very important issue, unfortunately, but it's a very important issue in the city of Santa Barbara right now, and it simply has to be addressed. And I have some sympathy for the applicant in terms of having to come up with a design solution to a social problem, but it is a problem that has to be addressed. My third comment is to simply confirm or second the comments of Commissioner Howells. The trellises are poorly proportioned and are inadequate in their present form. So I could not support a project with this particular trellis design. That's it.
All right. Who's up next? Anyone else want to add to the comments? Okay, I'll throw my comments in, and they're only just refinements / additional comments to what has been said, and also starting with thank you very much. This is a huge improvement in the previous design, and I think it's going very strongly in the right direction. So if we can go to the view back to the view of the column for the back area of the trellis. And I think some of these comments go for both trellises and pergolas, but some of it go for just one or the other. So yeah, I guess this could work. Generally speaking, proportionally, it looks like you've got a Tuscan column going. And I think that the ones in Ralph's are Tuscan or a version of it as well. But talking proportionally, you usually have 1 to 4 is a super squat Tuscan. And then to 1 to 6 or 7 is your sort of typical Spanish colonial revival Tuscan, especially for Santa Barbara. And so think of that proportion if you want to go with the plaster columns. You could also go to square piers, but you still also have a similar sort of columnar proportion to follow. So I would say in terms of studying it, you need more study on your pergolas around town, taking a look at those, and especially historic ones, because there are non-historic ones that aren't so great as examples, but especially historic columns and pergolas to look at that proportion. These ones in particular, on the far back ones, the problem is a visual structural problem. And there was we had a similar discussion pretty recently, actually, on Cabrillo along the ocean. And with the pergola structure, and I think that they were wanting to cantilever as well. And the discussion basically was one of the parts of the discussion was if it's a column and say you have it, here's your center column, and you want to go to cantilever something like that, then you want to have a visual support that is either like a bracket that makes sense of you being able to cantilever that far, and then you probably want a bracket on the other side, just give it some balance. Or you can go a different direction in this case, and one of the examples is Casa del Herrero, and they're out in one of their gardens. They have a situation where they have a center column, just one row of columns, but they basically have a larger sort of short beam, and then they've got their cross little lattices that stack on top of it, and they keep from going out too far, so it's not a cantilevered situation. So structurally, it would work without being steel, and it would work with it in a traditional way. So I'm not sure where you want to go with it on the backside trellis, but one way would be to have it a smaller trellis center supported with little outcroppings that are balanced. And I would say look at historic examples, or to do some sort of a bracket and try to get it to be a cantilevered thing. But in that case, you'd probably want to go to all wood or to an iron situation. And so for sort of the cantilevering and the bracketing, and leave the plaster elements behind. So I think that just needs more study and to be more traditional. And And then as well, what that was mentioned before was the stacking of the, and Ralph's is a good example. You don't have to copy that one, but I think you just look around at traditional examples of trellises and beams and the way they're stacked, and from big to small is the typical way. And there's usually 3 layers. There could be 2, but there's usually 3 layers. So to go in that direction with the wood as well. All right. So,
Mr. Chair?
Unless there's, yes, Commissioner Drury.
I'm sorry to come in so late to this, but has there been any suggestion? I know that the idea is to make the place safer and to enclose the area that's the, I guess it's a waiting area. Yes, on the corner itself. Has there been any suggestion of grill work to enclose the space at night?
No, there hasn't. So we can turn to the applicant and ask that as a question. Was that considered and rejected for a certain reason, or was there any thought of that?
I'm not sure what that is, but we could look into it. I feel that I don't know if the architecture like lends itself to that, but maybe I just don't understand what the element is.
Yeah, I think he's saying, and this is not a good drawing, but I think he's talking about sort of some way of enclosure, whether it's ironwork or some other sort of visual enclosure or wood or some other way of making a grill or a plaster grill or something. In other words, making it so that it's become like a perforated wall of some sort, so you can kind of see through, but at the same time, it keeps people from going in there at night. You can actually close the space, close it up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, for instance, on lot 3, which is actually exactly diagonal to this project, Bob Cunningham, who was the arborist for that meeting,
landscaper.
Yes, he's the one that suggested to enclose the abandoning. We're going to abandon the old paseo because of the excrescences that have been visited upon it. And he suggested grill work on either side. So it would leave it open, but it would enclose the space. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. You know, metal, Hispanic style grill work. That's what I'm thinking. Well, that's a
the problem
just like that.
Just like
yeah.
Mr. Chair,
kind of an abstract Hispanic
Commissioner Lenvig.
Yeah, the problem with what Mr. Drury is commenting on is that someone's got to be able to lock it up at night and keep people out of it.
Exactly.
And if the facility is open 24 hours a day for charging, then the people who have their cars there maybe want to use it. So you're fighting a battle of assumed users. I'm done.
I get it, and it's a complex thing. So
I agree.
The where Commissioner Drury was doing was trying to solve this problem, which is in another way, and that is the problem that has been is one of the points that it needs to be worked out about the unattended public side of this corner and how that's going to work over time, and maybe consulting with the police department and other thoughts about it of how to make this not a very undesirable place at night. So why don't I do this? I think we've got everyone's comments for the most part, unless there's something else, and let me try to summarize them and see if we want to make a motion with that summary, because this is not here for design approval. This is just here for a review, right? So conceptual review. Okay, so first comment is we want to thank the applicant. This is a much better design, and thank you for taking our previous comments to heart and developing the design in this direction. So the next comment is the equipment enclosure on the northeast corner needs to be screened, visually screened. And this may include enclosure, but visually screened with a proper El Pueblo Viejo type of screen. The perimeter landscape plan, the landscape plan needs to abide by all city rules, including 5-foot planting and 3.5-foot wall along the perimeter. To look at using planting to block car headlights on Chapala and Carrillo. And I kind of summarized a couple of the comments that you made, Commissioner Emanuel, about the headlights in that one. So just sort of address screening headlights. Canopy trees need to be incorporated, and I'm not sure, do we want to do a number or just reference per the landscape required?
I think we should do at least 4.
Okay, at least 4 canopy trees should be incorporated. And as well as any other city landscape requirements. The large white wall along the north side of the property needs to be planted with either vine pockets or other solutions that will break it up and cover it. A suggestion of vines in the arbor at the intersection.
And I'd like to revise that comment about the wall to be more in line with what Commissioner Lindvik brought up.
Which was?
Just follow code on that side as well. And
okay, follow code on that side of the planter. Okay. Yep. All right, so we'll revise that. Wall comment. Let's see. Vines in the arbor at the intersection. Vines to be incorporated at the arbor in the intersection. Any ballards to be used or metalwork should match the light posts in terms of color and finish. Metalwork. The trellis structure on the east side, a pergola and trellis structure on the east side of the charging stations is not traditional and having only one side of column supports and being asymmetrical with its asymmetrical cantilever, and to study traditional pergola or column and trellis structures and to design it appropriately. Let's see, there was expressed concern by the commission in general for this corner and the uses of it, and that it is unattended, especially, and that there might be undesirable uses, especially at night, and unsafe, especially at night, and for that to be reviewed as well with the police department to see if there are additional methods that can be used to address the corner. And we'll say including the possibility of enclosure or other ways of making it safe or safer.
Consult with the department?
Yes, I put that in there.
Oh, okay.
And then the pergola structure on the corner, the proportion of the columns need to be restudied. They should be more squat and look at traditional Tuscan columns for Santa Barbara, historic examples. And then for the pergola for the trellis structure on top, they should be stacked. Look at Ralph's or other historic examples in terms of sizing and members and cross members and profiles. And then, also to try to lower the pole light height, even down to 18 feet or less if possible, so they're not quite as tall. And then Vice Chair House, you commented on the decorative pendant lights within the trellis. And perhaps the comment could be revised to make either use more traditional wrought iron lights or hide them so that if they're not traditional. So that
I think I would make my comment to eliminate them, because the other comment I don't think you've made yet is that we would prefer to see the trellis, and so it's more of a pedestrian scale. And if they do that, then lanterns are just going to be an attractive.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, maybe we just say are not necessary, and as yeah. So the lights, the proposed lights are not, the pendant lights are not necessary, and any lighting or metal work proposed should be historic in character, like a wrought iron work, traditional wrought iron work. All right. Any other comments that I missed? All right. So does someone want to make a motion? And I guess it would be for is it a 2-week continuance or indefinite continuance with those comments?
So moved.
All right.
I'll
Commissioner
second
Uli,
that.
does our Vice Chair House second it? Under discussion, Mr. Hamilton, is it, and to the applicant, is it 2 weeks that you would like for this continuance, or indefinite? I think you might be muted, or Mr. Hamilton. Do we know if 2 weeks is open, I'm assuming?
We'll need to.
Oh, he's having
I think
to the applicant.
Mr. Hamilton's having some issues with his audio.
Gotcha.
Hold on one moment. And I'd like to ask the applicant if they could come on.
I'd recommend keeping it open. 2 weeks may not be enough time to work all these items out.
Okay,
Right,
indefinite, and then if you're.
And they would have to submit the plans by the Thursday before the HLC meeting. So it's actually less than 2 weeks for the applicant. So perhaps maybe indefinitely would give the applicant sufficient time to respond.
Yes, thank you.
Sounds good. All right, indefinite continuance. We were believing in them. We were having faith that they could pull it off in a week and a day. Okay. All right. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. I'll go ahead and start with Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to the applicant. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So, all right. So the next item we're gonna have a break, but the next item is our last item, correct? And we are we're 15 minutes behind right now, but why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for our last item, item 4, De La Guerra Plaza. Oh, Commissioner Manuel?
Sorry, I very unfortunately have a conflict of interest with the next item, so I'm gonna recuse myself.
You're gonna get off early.
I wish I was staying for that one, but
Oh, I have a conflict too.
come on over.
And if I could just
Yeah,
ask, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask Commissioner Manuel if you could just describe what the conflict is, just to,
Yeah.
to be clear. Thank you.
Conflict of interest with the applicant.
Okay, yeah, with the city.
And I'm just conflicted.
Yeah. You can't get out of it, and you can't go meet Commissioner Manuel at the Irish pub. All right, you're stuck with us. All right, so we'll reconvene shortly. Take 10.
10 minutes? Is that what you said, or?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Landmarks Commission meeting back to order, January 19th, 2022. Reconvening. So we are now on to our final item for the day, De La Guerra Plaza, 20 East De La Guerra. This is concept review continued. De La Guerra Plaza is listed on the Historic Landmarks Resources Inventory, City Hall, and California Pepper Tree. The News Press Building, El Paseo, and Casa de la Guerra are designated city landmarks. The La Placita building is the designated structure of merit. De La Guerra Plaza revitalization project involves raising the entire plaza as well as De La Guerra Street between Anacapa and State Street to curb height so that the building to building surface would be level. The purpose of the project is to beautify the plaza and provide a more efficient space for current and future activities. Post Hazelton Associates have prepared a memo on the historic resources and proposed plan. City staff have also prepared a staff report for the project. There's no final appealable action will be taken at this meeting. The project was last reviewed May 7th, 2021. The previously historic structure sites report accepted by the HLC board on August 17th, 2011 can be viewed at santabarbara.gov. All right, so with that, why don't we do this let's sort of outline how we'll go through. We're gonna have the presentation. We'll review the minutes from last time. And Mr. Hamilton, is the meeting reference, the May meeting was our own HLC meeting, but then we also had a joint work group meeting session with the with the De La Guerra Plaza committee, revitalization committee, which included members of city council and others. And then, so we had that as a working group session. I'm trying to think, there wasn't any, what was the status of that? What was our conclusion for that? And then I'm assuming we have also the minutes for, or not minutes, but the motion from the last, from our only HLC meeting.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we have the minutes from the joint group meeting here. I don't see the minutes on the document list, but I can pull those up from the regular HLC meeting in a moment.
Yeah, and that was prior to it. So I think the work group one supersedes it. I just wanted to make sure that we catch everything. If there was stuff that we talked about at HLC, but we didn't cover in the work group, or vice versa, that we made sure we had like the latest of everything in front of us. And then so we'll go just sort of in order. We'll review minutes, and then we'll go for the presentation, and then any public comment, and then back to the commission. We'll have our usual questions and comments. So, so why don't we start with the minutes? Any minutes that we have that we can review here. Let's see. Do we want to scroll down the screen here? Okay, so all right, so here we go. This should hit most of the stuff covered at that meeting, but I just did want to double check to make sure if we do have the motion from previously that we scooped up any of that that is still valid. Okay, so the commission comments. One on the arcade: omit the arches from the arcade. Consider providing a pergola or similar structure to the Libero Theater's pergola as a possible inspiration. Some commissioners suggested looking at pushing back the arcade so it's aligned with the City Hall rather than coming in front of the City Hall, if reasonably possible. So that was the arcade. Two was the interactive water feature. Try moving the interactive water feature towards the center, perhaps making it centered on the adobe wall. There's a consensus that the interactive water feature is acceptable as long as the feature disappears and becomes a paving pattern when not in use. Consider providing a fountain portion of the water feature that is sculptural, can be turned off, and meets environmental health standards. The three was public restrooms. Applicant shall try working with building owners next to the proposed restroom to determine if there is a solution with moving the restroom to other side of the plaza. The commission also understands the restroom location has been considered and the applicant has tried to fit it into an ideal location and understands the constraints. 4, underground trash enclosures. As long as the trash enclosures look like LPUB's, the EPV trash dispensers when closed, the commission finds them acceptable with respect to aesthetic and location. 5, surface materials. The general palette proposed is acceptable and looks good, and the applicant is to be commended. The commission requests the applicant study the street in Spain and El Paseo, and have the paving pattern run across the more direct way, in a more direct way. The street in Spain's materials are already extended, but the street in Spain in particular needs to be accentuated. The general paving pattern as shown needs to be turned on a 45-degree angle. The commission looks forward to seeing a more fleshed out paving pattern. 6, ADA. The commission assumes accessibility is provided throughout the site and finds it acceptable. The commission understands that historic paving materials may not meet ADA requirements and suggests using a similar material that does meet ADA requirements. Lighting, number 7. The lighting is to be revised and to be discussed in greater detail at the next hearing. The commission looks forward to the slightly revised layout of the plaza. 8, utilities. The commission understands there will be a plan set with utilities drawn out. 9, stormwater management. The commission understands the constraints of the project's stormwater management. 10, planting. The commission in general accepts the informal layout of the trees as proposed with the knowledge that the applicant will study shifting interactive water features location. Some commissioners would like the trees located further out into the plaza, pushing a little more into alignment with the other trees. There are some concerns with the above ground planters not conveying a historical design and concerns about their use. There's a general understanding of the desire for color and artwork to be part of it, as well as providing large planter bed areas and seating to soften the project. Artwork. The commission understands that there will be a future discussion on artwork. The commission favors not having strong vertical art pieces, but rather keeping the art to flat pieces or keeping artwork to interactive areas. 12, kiosks. The commission is holding off comment on the kiosk, understanding that there will be a future discussion regarding the kiosk, its location, and plumbing. The meeting was adjourned. All right, so with that was, and let's also look or talk briefly about, actually, do we have the other minutes first before we go into some housekeeping? And just to scan and make sure that we had addressed at the later date all these comments. Okay. Okay, so one period of significance should be used in the design guide. All right, splash pad, we discussed that in the later one. The trees, art nodes, and geometry of pavement we discussed in later. The current paving pattern we discussed. The trees, more traditional types, there's oak and olive, and that was discussed, I believe, and updated with the later one. The commission does not support grass in the plaza design. 7, change the curved paving of the plaza. No, that was changed. Incorporate historic elements such as compass roads using footprints to the original city hall for inspiration. That was, I don't think was done or addressed later. The commission is generally raising the elevation of the road to meet the plaza, generally favorable. That was done. The stage placement is appropriate. The design needs to be reworked. We talked about that. 11, the commission feels that a fountain would be appropriate. Needs to consider aesthetics during the drought. We've talked about that. Low maintenance landscape palettes preferred. Okay, and then Bob going into letter reference. Study amenities, connections, and infrastructure. And the commission is in favor of closing the Ladera Street to regular traffic. The tree pattern should not be too dense or to allow easy viewing for the architecture and plaza. Yeah, that was part of the later later. Showing the lighting strategy, talked about that. Show pedestrian views on the plans, and they did that. Okay, so that was Howes and Uli, 700, Mahan and Manuel are absent. So most of the stuff was carried forward and addressed, and there maybe have been a few of those comments that were from previous that still are applicable. Okay, so let's just talk sort of housekeeping. So the last meeting, if you weren't in attendance of it and you did, when you didn't watch the video, then of the previous meeting, then you can ask questions, but you can't make comments or vote. So just as a point of housekeeping for commissioners. So when it comes time, just make the comment that you're not going to be able to make comments. You didn't see the video or the last one, and then in that case, you can still ask questions, but you just can't make comments or something.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Sorry, was that Commissioner Uli?
Yeah. Just another matter of housekeeping in terms of ex parte communication. A number of members of the public have bent my ear about this project, so just disclosing that. Yep.
And I'm sure that, and I too have had people reaching out, and in terms of ex parte communication, as I'm understanding it, and maybe staff, Ms. Kinda or Mr. Hamilton can chime in here, but I think part of the thing is to keep from the Brown Act and from violations of people cross having multiple discussions with things. And if people tell you things is one thing, but if you are in strong communication and back and forth, and they could have talked to other commissioners and sort of made those rounds, and that's what we're trying to avoid in terms of having a discussion outside of.
I understand that. I don't know if any of these members of the public spoke to any other commissioner, but if they did, they did. And I've had no direct contact with the applicant.
Okay, great, thank you. All right. Any other? So then if there's any other commissioners, feel free to chime in. And otherwise, I think what we'll do is go into or Ms. Hernandez, did you want to say something first?
Yeah, I just was gonna give a brief description of the CEQA process in this whole
good
process.
Point. And yeah, let's have a little discussion of what also for our new commissioner as well. But just sort of the difference between what CEQA is being reviewed for and commented on, and then how that plays out in the process, whether you need a environmental impact report or not, or if it's or if you can if you can find that it doesn't affect the resource enough, and then also how it plays out when we say one thing and applicants don't agree, and then it goes the appealable body is City Council if they don't agree with our decision, and then when we review historic structures reports, which we have in our packet as well from older historic structures reports that was reviewed and accepted, that's the historian experts opinion, and we're agreeing with them or not. And if we don't agree, then we're going to kick into the CEQA. So sorry, I actually probably stole a lot of what you were going to say, but
you got it.
Add to that.
All done. No, just to recap for anybody who doesn't know, the project team has had Post Hazeltine as part of their team since the very beginning as a consultant along the way about this meeting the Secretary of Interior standards, which is required to have a CEQA exemption. And of course, they are very familiar with the project as they did the previous HSSRs on the previous iterations. And they have a memo to you today evaluating the progress of the project. And, as for the credibility of our process and HLC, please evaluate new information that comes to you and not reopen issues that have already been evaluated in previous hearings, because we've come a long way, and all public hearings are noticed and recorded. So once a final project is ready to be reviewed, Host Hazeltine will prepare the final CEQA review in the form of a historic structures report to be evaluated by HLC. It may find that the whole project, as you all have in all of your suggestions, does meet the Secretary of Interior standards and qualifies for that categorical exemption. It can also find that there is a significant impact to the resource and will require a negative declaration, an EIR that will require mitigation measures. And that's an appropriate path for CEQA. As the commission, you have to make findings eventually that the project meets the Secretary of Interior standards as well, separate from CEQA, but you also can find that demolition is appropriate if specific measures have been incorporated into a project that mitigate the loss of the resource to a less than significant level, or a compelling public interest justifies this demolition. So those are some of the options that are going to come once we have a more finalized project. And I just wanted to make it clear we're all watching and know that the CEQA process will be happening and the avenue is available for you.
Great, thank you. And is there any questions about that portion of it right now in terms of what we have been reviewing, what we are reviewing, and what we will be reviewing in terms of where the CEQA versus the CEQA portion of it, which is about whether it just meets this environmental metric, and then versus our other portion, which is a design review, whether we like the design or not as well. So one is basically saying it doesn't hurt the historic resources so much that it needs a full-blown environmental impact report. And if it does hurt the resource that much, it's going to have a whole environmental impact report, which is a process. And as an example for everyone, the train bridge, for example, which we were not able to find that it was acceptable to take it down, then they had to go to a whole environmental impact report, which they do, and then they can still take it down, take photos and measurements or whatever, but they have to have a whole report that works it all out and decides on how to mitigate it. So that's sort of the two branches that go from us out into the world. So, all right. So if everyone's good with that, why don't we go on to the presentation, and then we all also received memo from, we got the original historic structures report from Post Hazeltine, and they're going to be on as well as to ask questions if we have. And they've also provided a sort of an in-progress updated review recap, and so we can ask questions about that as well. Again, this is not their new historic structures report, because that can't actually happen until the project is actually designed. So once the project is designed, they can wrap everything that they've been doing along the way together and make a full report about it, and then we review that report. But this is sort of a draft in process of all the stuff they've been reviewing and talking about. So, all right. So with that, why don't we go into the applicant for presentation, and then and we'll say that we're going to try to keep it to 15 minutes for the presentation, and then maybe we'll have a short historian's summary of their memo and analysis to date, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll go back to the board for questions, or commission for questions and comments. All right. So with that, if you can introduce yourselves to the applicant and the team, and then you'll have 15 minutes to present.
Thank you, Chair Crumbine and the commissioners. Appreciate it. My name is Brad Hess, and I'm the principal project manager for the city of Santa Barbara. And funny you should bring up time. I believe this item does allow for 15 minutes, but because we've got so much to cover, I'd like to request we could have 30 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay, but you got to promise to talk fast.
We will talk quickly, I promise. All right, so thank you.
Okay.
So with me, I have to do parts of the presentation. I have Leif McKay and Betty Pikert from RRM Design. We have Tim Hazeltine from Post Hazeltine, as you mentioned. We have Kathleen Kennedy, project planner for the city of Santa Barbara, and Councilmember Kristen Snedden, who's the chair of the advisory committee, is also here for questions if need be. So next slide, please. So here's our agenda for the day. We have a recap of the project process, progress since our last meeting. I wanted to lay out the goals for today for you. We'd like to receive direction on the arcade architecture, direction on the City Hall landscape design. We'd like to get feedback on the conceptual architecture of the pump house and restrooms. And we'd like feedback on the overall readiness for this project to submit to PRT. And then we'll go through the next steps. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights our process over the last 3 years. And going left to right, just like to draw your attention to just a few items that have also been described in more detail in the staff report. We've met 12 times as an advisory committee, the most recent being in November of 2021. We've had formal and informal outreach to the community throughout. We've done several technical studies, and we've brought this project, as you mentioned, to HLC 2 times before this, one of which was the 4-hour joint work session with the advisory committee. So to me, this speaks just the complexity of the project, the amount of input and consideration it requires to create this concept plan, and that this project is worth the time and effort we've put into it because of the importance of this space to Santa Barbara. So we're really glad to be here, and we look forward to hearing your feedback. Next slide, please. So here's the progress since our last meeting. We had an online questionnaire in October to confirm if we were still on the right track, considering all the changes to State Street and the downtown area, and we are. We had an update done to the parking and traffic study that was done by Associated Transportation Engineers, or ATE, back in 2019, and compared it to the 2021 data. We explored a potential opportunity with the owners of 726 State Street, which is the building that is parallel to the Stork Placita, for the restrooms in the pump room, but that unfortunately did not work out. We've had 2 advisory committee meetings to discuss and refine the concept plan, and we requested of Post Hazeltine a progress review of the concept plan. Again, much of this was detailed in the staff report in order to avoid using all this meeting time, and so we could get to the concept plan update, which is, of course, a reflection of all the work that's been done up to this point. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Leif McKay from RRM to go through the latest concept plan. Leif.
Thank you, Brad. Can I get a thumbs up if you can hear me? Great, thank you, Vice Chair Howes. I saw a thumb. Good evening. Good to be here with you all. As Brad mentioned, a lot of has gone under the bridge since those minutes that Chair Grumbine read earlier. What you see on the next slide is a representation of the current concept plan that we'll be looking at tonight. Just by way of introduction, the programmatic elements of the plan are all remain. Nothing has been added or removed. No elements have been added or removed. And this is the plan that's been supported by the advisory committee that we've been working with closely. We have, however, been making refinements since our last meeting, and that'll be the focus of today. If you could move to the next slide, please. These are the elements that we're going to focus on today. There's no new programming. We've just spent a little more time developing them. We're going to start with 2 of the sort of architectural elements, the arcade and the restrooms, and then we'll move on to the landscape around the City Hall frontage on Anacapa. But first, we're going to talk a little bit about the arcade. And for that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Deddy Pikett, to take the next few slides. Thanks, Deddy.
Yeah, next slide, please. Thank you, Leif. So yeah, I wanted to discuss and describe where we are with respect to the design of the arcade. as you can see illustrated here, this is actually an illustration that you've seen before, and you'll recall that we were asked to explore some alternative designs, namely a trellis style design, another one that would have square arches or square openings. Those were presented to the advisory committee, which I think was also the HLC members were also a part of, and consensus was reached that really the arcade was the appropriate design for the plaza. And you'll recall the purpose for this in general was to really enclose that portion of the plaza that was sort of open to the parking lot, to obscure the view of the parking lot and really define the edge of the plaza in that location. But at the same time, you'll see with the arches that it's fairly transparent. You're still able to see through it and see the landscaping on the other side of it. You'll also notice that in front of the main central pavilion, that's where the stage is located, a performance stage for either impromptu or organized performances to be held in the future. And then, we refined the design a little bit from where it was before. You'll see that we added a quatrefoil there in the gable of the pavilion. We added some capital moldings at the three sort of columns in the center of the arcade on either side. And then we added what will be wrought iron lanterns at the pavilion, sort of larger scale, more prominent lanterns there. And then we're proposing some sort of a wall sconce, again, Spanish style, wrought iron detailing. We haven't settled on any very specific design yet. That will follow once we get your comments from this. I want to point out one other thing here that has changed since we last showed you this design, and that's the at both ends on the inside of the arcade, we've closed off the arches with a plaster wall. On the left side, the purpose is to conceal an 800 amp electrical service that would be located there. On the other side, there's a possibility that we may need to obscure some utilities, but also just to maintain the symmetry of it. And then the thinking is that we'll utilize those closed off arches to enhance them with interpretive exhibits talking about the history of De la Guerra Plaza and in particular the Harmer adobe. So that'd be a really nice opportunity to highlight those historic elements in an interpretive display. So that's kind of where we are with the arcade at this point. If you go to the next slide, please. There were some questions at one point wondering what the view might be if we're looking at it from De la Guerra Street in front of City Hall. It's obviously a more compressed view, but it gives you sort of an idea of the scale and the proportions of the proposed arcade. Next slide. And then this is an elevation. Here you can really see the intent to create a very kind of transparent view through it to the landscaping behind it. And again, you see an illustration of the performance stage with some performers there. And then the two arches that I referred to earlier at the end that would provide a space for some interpretive displays, exhibits. Next slide. This is, again, a simple illustration of the location of the arcade in relation to the plaza and in relation to City Hall, which you can see on the left there. Again, here you see the arcade on either side of the main pavilion, and then the performance stage, which is illustrated there in the center area. Earlier on, we were looking at doing a handicap accessible ramp that would provide access to the performance stage. and that was going to be located behind in the planter area. But after giving it some consideration, we want to avoid disturbing that area because there may be some archaeological pieces still buried there. And then we just thought that we could much more easily simply incorporate it into the inside of the arcade with a 5% ramp that would take you up the 18 inches to the performance stage there. Now, there were some questions about the angle of this piece of architecture. And again, what we were doing here was kind of echoing the angle of the Harmer adobe wall and the landscape area and the angle of where the parking lot is located. And I know I do recall another suggestion at one point was, could we move it back so that it was in line with City Hall? But again, that really wasn't a feasible idea because we have existing trees that we want to maintain there that are significant. And again, we wanted to avoid any kind of disturbance of any potential archaeological artifacts that might be located there. Next slide, please. And then this is just an overall elevation showing City Hall and the arcade and the relationship between the two. You can kind of see the proportional relationship. And you can see how it successfully kind of closes off and closes, I would say, the plaza, separating the plaza from the parking lot and just creating a definition of that boundary of the plaza. Next slide. Yeah, these show some illustrations and studies of our work on the restroom that are the public restrooms that will be provided. And in the upper right-hand corner, you can see an illustration that sort of moves the main mechanical room right out to the corner, kind of in line with the Ironworks addition that's just illustrate behind that. And again, here we're sort of toying with some different approaches to the design. In this case, we show a gable and then kind of a shed roof that comes off that where the actual restrooms are. That was that concept. And then going back to the three illustrations, zooming out. On the right-hand corner, lower right-hand, that's just an alternative way of sort of treating the architecture there. I think we're now moving in the direction of just simply locating the restrooms on the side wall and not bringing it all the way out to the corner, because the owners of the building at 726 State Street are looking at future remodeling or additions, including some mixed use, et cetera. So the simple solution here would be just to add on to the side of the building. In this particular illustration, we're looking at a very simple kind of shed roof sloped up towards the existing wall of the building. But, you know, we're really open to other ideas. And again, we look forward to hearing some comments from the commission, you know, as to any sort of preferences or ideas that you may have about how this can be handled architecturally. But I think you see here that we can really do something very traditional that fits in with the overall historic character of the plaza. And the next slide.
Thanks, Diddy.
Yeah, takes us back to Leaf.
Yeah, back to me. One other point on those restrooms, we're also considering switching the relationship and putting the restrooms closer to the corner and the mechanical room further down the placita. So we're still noodling around with some ideas on that. Okay, I'm going to move on to the City Hall frontage piece of the design. In our committee, we came up with a purpose statement specifically for that, like what goals are we trying to achieve for that frontage. And really needs the sentiment was it needs to reconnect to the community. It felt like it was closed off and people weren't even aware that it was the front door. So the next slide, please. This is where the concept currently stands. We've done a few things to try to open it up and give it a little more civic street presence, and I'll walk you through those quickly. First and foremost, along the frontage, we're proposing a low, sort of rough-dressed sandstone wall similar to other walls in the vicinity. That would give it a nice, clean sort of presence at the street. You'll also see the driveway looks different. Previously, we had curb returns, almost like a street. Now, in consultation with the traffic division, we've changed that to a driveway apron, so it's really going to feel the hierarchy of the street's going to be diminished. Next slide, please. There's the wall and the driveway access that I was referring to. Next slide, please. The planting in this area is going to complement its setting with a plant palette that would be strongly reflective of Santa Barbara, similar in feel to the example in the photo at the bottom left. All the planters will be designed as demonstration sites, complete with interpretive information for people to learn about water efficient landscapes and appropriate plant selections. Needless to say, the lawn has been removed in favour of permeable paving. The rain garden that you can see there adjacent to the building will capture roof runoff from existing downpipes. There's currently a dense hedge that essentially encloses the entire front yard. I say front yard for want of a better term. And this design proposes removing most of that hedge to make the frontage more welcoming. So only one section would remain, and that's the area right there where the icon, the cursor is. In the same vein, there's an existing tree aloe kind of at the corner of the existing lawn that we're proposing to either relocate or propagate a new plant from cuttings. No, it's on the, go left with your cursor. Left, it's right in there currently, kind of at the corner of the street. And then there's the lone Washingtonia palm tree that currently stands in the plaza, which is the photo at the bottom right. We're showing that to be transplanted into the front there, where it's identified. Next slide, please. In this sort of street zone, there's a limited number of short-term parking spaces for City Hall business, including one accessible space. The rest of the ADA spaces can be accounted for in the main City Hall lot. There's a loading zone for smaller delivery vehicles like vans, like FedEx vans and that type of thing. This end of the street can be controlled by retractable bollards in two locations. The ones at the end would be up if the whole plaza was closed for a big event. And the others would be engaged, the ones at the bottom of the screen there for daily use, so that the parking would remain accessible, but people couldn't keep driving into the plaza. Next slide. Just some furnishings. The main thing to point out on this slide is the flagpoles. Those are proposed to be the flagpoles that currently live in the plaza. When we decided we wanted to provide more of a visual cue to the front of City Hall, and we thought the flagpoles sort of nicely located behind the new wall would really do a fine job of that, give it more presence. Next slide, please. And the paving materials, we'll look at a couple of images in a minute. The paving materials here are essentially intended to mimic the rest of the design. So it would be a consistent material thread that goes around into this space. Next slide, please. There's a pencil elevation of the front door of City Hall showing our idea for the new sandstone wall. It could have some monumentation sign on it, you know, like the City Hall logo, the name there, and then the flagpoles behind it. You can see the head-end parking on the right-hand end, and the pedestrian sort of pass through that wall that's lined up perfectly with the archway in City Hall, so it's got some nice tie-ins there. All right, next slide, please. The water feature garnered a lot of discussion at our previous meeting. We did study it in a couple of different locations as brought up at one of our previous meetings, and the other considerations, and we talked about that amongst ourselves and with the advisory committee. And in conclusion, we're still proposing it in the same place in the plaza, which would be at the sort of southern end, centered on the pavilion of the arcade. Just to reiterate for people that may be new online, the water jets would be embedded flat in the pavement and could be turned off for inclement weather or to enable the space to be used as more plaza. And when in operation, the water would be a series of low bubbler style jets that children can interact with, nothing tall and dramatic. Post Hazeltine have offered some suggestions simplifying pattern, and we'll be considering those, and Tim may allude to that in a moment. Next slide, please. Very briefly, the trash system that we're still intending to move forward with is this subgrade system where dumpsters are below the surface, and what appears on the surface is these chutes, similar to the photo on the right. There's not a whole lot of design flexibility on changing the appearance of those. So what we've been working on is some ideas to take the EPV standard, which is the image on the left, and do a customized version of that would be more rectangular and could screen those chutes or wrap them so that they didn't stand out as being overly contemporary in the space. And if you recall on the plan, there'd be a series of these in the Placita and at the State Street end of De La Guerra Street. Next slide, please. Brad, are you going to jump in on this one?
I am. I'm trying to get my video started. Sorry about that.
Right.
Okay. So surface materials. This is a topic that we've definitely discussed before, and really has been a topic since the beginning of this project. The surface materials have multiple and critical variables that need to be met, as this list describes. And while we will be using different materials for different areas, depending on what's required, it's a really important topic. And so with all the pressure on the selection of the materials, just make sure we get this right. I'd like to request of this commission that you grant a subcommittee to really dig into this issue and help us resolve exactly which surface materials should be recommended. Because of their participation in the advisory committee, we think Michael Drury and Steve Howes as members would be beneficial, but we'll leave that up to you. But we're really at a place in this design where this issue needs to be resolved. And we think having a short, concentrated effort with a subcommittee would really get us to that point. So back to you, Leif, for more discussion.
Thanks, Brad. Let's go to the next slide. Chair Grumbine, when he was going through some of the old minutes, there was certainly some stuff in the minutes about the paving generally being on the right path, no pun intended. And this is basically the sort of direction that was agreed to in concept. It had this around the edge, creating a border for the plaza in this sandstone material that intended to emulate the street in Spain. and continue that thread through the plaza and around, all the way up to State Street, actually. More of a traditional clay brick would be utilized as transitional banding, set on sand, so it could be pulled out, replaced very easily, and give access to utility corridors, which we would align with those bands. And then the central field paving, we're showing as large format square pavers, possibly concrete, that's to be determined, and laid on a 45-degree angle. That was a suggestion that came out of this commission. Some of the great plazas in Spain, such as Plaza Mayor in the photo on the top right in Salamanca, provided some precedent for that sort of larger square flags on an angle. Next slide, please. Just another couple of graphic examples to illustrate the point. That's the street in Spain on the left that we're hoping to pick up some character of. It's pretty rough, doesn't meet ADA, but we think we can get something to look similar in character and color. Some stone curbs and headers would give us another opportunity to add some richness to the detailing. They could be flush in certain areas as a sort of a banding, or if we have a need for a curb, there's an example of that. And the other two photos are just to illustrate how we may introduce concrete into the design into the material palette for its utility and flexibility, and just some ways that it can be textured and colored and scored to look aesthetically palatable. Next slide, please. So this is just a view of the plaza. This shows the primary paving materials relationship to each other. You can see the sandstone border. You can see El Paseo at the top left, the street in Spain. The sandstone border, the diagonal square infill, and the clay brick transitional banding. And then the only other sort of material in there is an extension of the stabilized decomposed granite that's the courtyard of Casa de la Guerra that would come out into the street to help connect and physically unite the plaza with the Casa. So that concludes the presentation of the sort of design refinements that have been going on. We thought it'd be good if you heard from our architectural historians. Pamela Post and Tim Hazeltine have both reviewed the concept at various stages, and they prepared the memo that was in your packet. So what I'd like to do now is, if you can move to the next slide, I'd like to invite Tim Hazeltine to just make a few remarks on his preliminary thoughts and opinions, and then that'll sort of get us into a wrap up here. If you're on the call, Tim.
Hello, this is Tim Hazeltine and
this is Pamela Post of Post Hazeltine Associates.
And so, since this has gone on some time,
Oh, you broke up just for a second there.
Oh, pardon. Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think so.
Your internet. Okay. You know, we're broadly supportive of the mix of materials, but as we noted in our memo, it's always good to some extent to simplify and not have too many surface materials in the plaza and adjacent areas, but we do feel they are fairly close to reaching a balance of providing some variety while at the same time not making the surfaces look overly busy. We are very supportive of using a flagstone-like material to continue the Street of Spain in Spain motif around the edge of the plaza. We think that's a very good idea. It's a historic material from the early 20th century and is very consistent with the Spanish colonial revival aesthetic. We believe a water feature could be supportable, but as we noted in our memo, Pam and I do feel that the materials and the design of it should be complementary to the really not rustic, the simple character of the plaza itself.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that the fountain, yeah, should be rather simple, less formal, you know, more of a, as Tim just reiterated, you know, that it's a design that would be more in keeping with, you know, the type of colonial period Mexican era architecture that would have existed at the time. So it's a much more simple design.
And we are supportive of the overall planting plan. And when we do prepare the revised phase 1 report or the new phase 2 report, we are going to incorporate several images we found that show the sort of transition and evolution of plantings in the plaza, which have changed several times since the early 20th century. The pergola, as we noted in our memo, we do feel that some consideration should be given to emulating the overall character of the what is often called the Harmer adobe that was behind where the pavilion is proposed to be located. That doesn't mean copying the adobe, but perhaps the simplicity of that kind of form would be helpful in recreating, in a sense, that sense of enclosure that the plaza had until the 1950s, the late 40s and 1950s. In the, I think 1945, the remnants of the Harmer adobe were demolished, and you know, over time, a group of buildings that define that edge of the plaza that extended from City Hall to the News Press building were removed, and created that sense of that opening to the parking areas that really diminishes the sense of this space being a plaza defined on
More
4 sides by buildings.
enclosures.
Yeah, thank you. And we believe it is potentially possible to move the Washingtonia palm to the City Hall Anacapa Street elevation. Those trees apparently, we believe, were planted sometime in the very, very late 19th century or early 20th century. And one of them died, and there were originally 2, and they were at the back of the original City Hall that was demolished. But provided that tree is relocated and there's appropriate memorialization in terms of plaques to commemorate its original location and its relocation to its new, if it is moved to the Anacapa Street side of the City Hall. We believe moving the flagpoles is supportable. Consideration needs to be given to where the memorial plaques or commemorative plaques in the plaza are relocated to, and what would be the most ideal location. I believe there are 2 of them. There's the one at the, I guess the west end of the plaza near De La Guerra Street. And then I believe there's a smaller one adjacent to City Hall that commemorates the Armenian community, if I remember correctly. So some consideration needs to be, you know, we need to delve into that a little further. We're broadly supportive of the restroom building's location and the overall scheme for the design, which is a reductive interpretation of vernacular colonial era architecture. We are supportive generally at this point of removing part of the hedge on the Anacapa Street elevation of City Hall and replacing it with a low sandstone wall that would maintain visibility of the City Hall's main entrance, but also provide a more defined edge using the material cut sandstone and ashlar blocks that would be appropriate to the early 20th century history of the City Hall. So, and we believe a demonstration garden is also supportable. In terms of the paving materials, we do feel that brick and the decomposed granite, as well as a flagstone-like material for the street in Spain sort of motif, are supportable. We do believe that the design and materials for the center of the plaza would need to be carefully considered to ensure that they're contextual with the plaza, as well as the dominant architectural type in this entity, which is the Spanish colonial revival architecture. So I think that just summarizes very briefly what our memo says. And as we noted, and as Ms. Hernandez noted earlier, this is a memo. This is not environmental review. This is just a summary of the guidance that we provided to the design team, and it doesn't replace environmental review. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that. And Pamela? Now, if you go to the next slide, if Kathy's on, this is hers.
Yes, good afternoon. Kathy Kennedy. I'm the case planner for this project from the Planning Division, and I wanted to go over the next steps in the city review process. The city review process can be different for projects with different applications. So I wanted to give an outline of this so the public can understand better. In this case, it's a design review application only. So the HLC is the review authority who would make the decision on it. There's no planning commission review, and it would not go to the city council unless it was brought there on appeal. So the first step here, the next step would be the voluntary PRT submittal. This is a pre-application review by the LDT team, and that consists of staff throughout the city, fire, building and safety, transportation, water resources and such. So they would do a thorough review of the project. And then next would be the submittal of the formal planning application for HLC review. We do another 30-day review by staff, some other staff members typically for stormwater, transportation planning and such. And this is where environmental review begins. We've talked about this a little bit previously. CEQA is required. So it would start at this point as the project becomes more complete. The project would next go to HLC for concept review again. It could return a number of times before you for review. And as part of CEQA, you would be looking at the archaeology reports and, as mentioned, the phase 2 historic structures report as well. An environmental determination would be made. We're anticipating an exemption at this point, but that, of course, is to be determined once we look at all the information. And then when it is ready, it would return to HLC again for the project design approval and final approvals. So I'm available if there are any other questions about the process or need any more insight. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. And next slide, please. So I just want to reiterate the goals for today: direction on the arcade architecture, on the landscape design, feedback on the proposed architecture for the restroom space, and on the overall readiness to submit to PRT. And clearly I asked for one more, which was to approve the subcommittee. So next slide, please. So in addition to what Kathy said, I'd like to also just point out we have several next steps that are going on either in advance of the PRT submittal and in conjunction with it, as well as concurrently with the process. So we have an archaeology phase 3, which I believe you are aware of. That work plan would be completed once we get into the PRT process. Applied Earthworks will do that plan. It'll be based on the concept plan. And then that phase 3 work plan would be submitted to HLC for its review and approval. We referred to the utility coordination plan. That's a lot of work that's just going to continue to go on in the background, but that it relates to the surface materials plan, which hopefully will be part of the PRT submittal. The art and cultural plan, it's a really important part of this plaza project, and the advisory committee has expressed great interest in helping guide this process in conjunction with the art community and the Santa Barbara County Office of Arts and Culture. The lighting plan, which we didn't show you, will be refined as part of this new concept plan, and will be part of the PRT submittal. And then finally, a more robust landscape plan will be refined and will also be a part of the PRT submittal. So I apologize for going a little bit long. Thank you. Thanks for your time and your consideration, and we look forward to hearing your comments.
All right, thank you. Okay, so if that concludes your presentation, we will go on to public comment. So any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the raise your hand icon and you then will have to unmute yourself when you're called on. You'll have up to 2 minutes to speak on this. Considering that this is both obviously very important, and we may have a number of public commenters, so please, and then we still have to have comments and discussion after, or questions and comments and discussion after. So please keep your comments succinct to what you really want to say, and to the 2 minutes. So, and we'll have to be have a tight time frame on the 2 minutes. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chair Grumbine and commissioners. So at this time, I can see several members of the public with their hands raised. While we wait for more hands to go up, I can go ahead and confirm that we received 15 letters of written correspondence, and I distributed them to the commission before this meeting. So I'm gonna go ahead and start by calling on Lanny Ebenstein. I will send you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, members of the commission. It's a very important issue. There's not consensus to move forward with this project at this time. It may be said that there's been a process that's been gone through, but there's not community consensus on this issue. My feeling is that if the commission and the city move in this direction, the choice of the people will be to place this issue on the ballot and let the people decide. The people don't want to lose the lawn in De La Guerra Plaza, period. Take that to the bank. 100 years from now, there will be lawn in De La Guerra Plaza as there's been lawn in De La Guerra Plaza for almost the past century. If you think you can win a vote of the people, continue on the path that you're on. But if you recognize that there isn't consensus on this issue, the appropriate course of the HLC at this point in time should be to turn down the proposals, reject the proposal that has been presented to you, and say to those who are moving forward, there needs to be a design that is in keeping with the historic, natural character of De La Guerra Plaza, not a hardscape De La Guerra Plaza, period. This is one of those issues where the future of Santa Barbara is at stake. The people are not going to allow the HLC or the city council not to revitalize De La Guerra Plaza, but to obliterate De La Guerra Plaza. Please vote no on the proposal before you, or be prepared to face the will of the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I can see several more hands raised. So next I'm going to call on John Chaffee. I will send you an unmute request and you have 2 minutes to speak. John, you should be unmuted now, so you should be able to speak. All right, so I'll go ahead and move on and I will come back to you, Mr. John Chaffee. So Mary Louise Dace, I will go ahead and send you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, this plan has several non-traditional and some certainly inappropriate aspects to it. I would like to request that for the arcade architecture, that you keep in consideration that this new structure as proposed should not overwhelm the landmark City Hall. The City Hall is the most important building at this time, facing on that side of the plaza. And of course, Casa de la Guerra at the prominent end is the most historic. But this new idea for a stage should not overwhelm. The News Press is also a landmark. I am concerned in the landscape plan with the redesign of the front door of City Hall and De La Guerra Street, that there was an indication for a memorial plaque. I don't know what the word memorial means in that. Tim Hazeltine referred briefly to it, but the state landmark plaque, number 307, is in the center front of the plaza now. It really should remain in that area because it commemorates Casa de la Guerra, the first City Hall, and the plaza itself and its activity. It dates to 1950, the centennial of the statehood of California. There's also a small tile plaque near the site of the Yorba Abadi adobe that I worked on, and it really should be protected as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So next I'm going to call on Anna Marie Gott. I have sent you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening, commissioners. I also support keeping a lawn at De La Guerra Plaza. I do have concerns about the arcade. You had the previous project, you were concerned about people, homeless people congregating, and I think you're going to have the same problem in that arcade unless you, again, put the ironwork that someone suggested. You all should have received a letter from me. At least 3 of the commissioners did. If the other 2 new commissioners that I am not familiar with could receive that letter, I would appreciate it. In that letter, I discuss the splash pad. The splash pad is going to beckon homeless people. Every single city that has put up splash pads that's not gated behind, with the swimming pool has had problems.
Oh, you're cutting out there. If we can pause or Ms. Gott's time, or go to a minute. Ms. Gott, are you there?
Ms. Scott, it looks like you might be muted. I went ahead and sent you an unmute request.
Really do not need a splash pad. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gott, we lost the last minute of what you said. You had cut out.
Okay, well, I think
you were at the splash pad with the with gates around it that other cities have had to do.
Okay, regarding this splash pad, many cities have actually put splash pads in. They've had consistent problems with homeless people utilizing the splash pads to wash, brush their teeth, wash their clothing. In the letter that I sent you, and many of the commissioners should have it, I mentioned that I have seen people down at the wharf taking baths and washing their clothes in the dolphin fountain. I have seen people in the 400 block, we used to have, or we should still have, a water fountain. People washing and brushing their teeth in the early morning hours. There are not enough places for homeless to actually take showers and bathe and everything else. They don't have access to that. They will use the splash pad, and you are not going to be able to keep them out of it unless unless you have the police there. In every single city, such as Lawrence, which put in a $1.4 million splash pad, they can't even use it all the time because the water is so contaminated, they cannot actually use it. There are many other cities that I reference with news articles in the email that I sent that actually have closed off their splash pads
Mr. Chair,
that are not
and Ms. Scott,
associated with swimming
you're
pools.
over your-
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next.
All right, thank you. So it looks like we have a few more hands raised. I'm gonna go ahead and call on Ann Peterson. I sent you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Am I unmuted?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Members of the Historic Landmarks Commission, my name is Ann Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation. City Council invited the Trust to hold a seat on the Plaza Subcommittee because the organization owns and operates the 1828 Casa de la Guerra. The plaza itself is located on land that used to belong to the De la Guerra family, and its history predates the 1920s buildings that now anchor 3 sides of the plaza by nearly 100 years. The Trust is inspired by the potential for this project to restore the historical connection between Casa de la Guerra and the plaza. To this end, we support removing street parking from the front of the Casa and ideally throughout the plaza. We also support the effort to visually connect the plaza and Casa through a raised street surface and hardscaping that complements the courtyard of the Casa. We support a plan in which the Casa is positioned to be connected to the community traditions that take place there and to continue to contribute to our city's cultural life. The Trust hosted the city's public workshop at the Casa in March 2019, and I've attended and participated in every one of the 12 public meetings of the advisory group. In my opinion, the proposed concept plan accomplishes all of the Trust's objectives. Some of the public comment submitted on this item refer to the Trust publication, Plaza de la Guerra Reconsidered, for evidence that prior efforts to make changes to the plaza were rejected in favor of a 1924 configuration of drive and lawn. As the editor of that publication, I'd like to correct those statements. The purpose of that project was, in fact, to encourage the community and our partners in the city to bravely carry on the vision and commitment of great architects of previous generations. Their efforts were not rejected, but rather put aside again and again due to shifting priorities. Let us be the generation that finishes Plaza de la Guerra.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So the next member of the public wishing to speak is Todd Bohr. I'm going to send you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Todd Bohr, and my family owns a structure of merit on the very same block, about 75 yards from De La Guerra Plaza. I was struck by the first slide of the staff PowerPoint presentation featuring the aerial shot of the plaza, a beautiful picture with the exception that the formerly lush lawn is brown, dusty, and deteriorated. I attended the first community workshop and noted from the displayed historical photos that the one constant over the years, at least over the last century, has been the open, grassy component to the plaza. It is proposed that this be done away with. We are very much against any change to this historic element of our California state historic landmark. If the design goal is simple and rustic, it ought to be left as is. I had a conversation recently with the City of Santa Barbara Parks and Rec groundskeeper who told me quite simply that it's not difficult to maintain grass. There are plenty of examples where the city capably does it all around town, but they've been instructed not to water the grass at De La Guerra Plaza and are only granted a couple of hours once every 2 weeks to perform any kind of upkeep on it, pick up trash around the plaza, et cetera. So it's little wonder that some think of it as an eyesore when so little attention, effort, and time are dedicated by the city to this California state historic landmark located directly in front of City Hall. The project ought to be bringing reclaimed water to City Hall so that the grass may be cared for conscientiously. The city staff member also mentioned that hardscaping, additional structures, and water feature would necessitate just as much upkeep, if not more. There is and has been an incongruence between the purported level of distinction of the plaza and the treatment as actually afforded by the city. This seems to be an example of city-sponsored demolition by neglect, where the city is orchestrating a predicate for a preordained outcome. This is a solution in search of a problem. There are simple steps that can be taken to refurbish the plaza. We are against the paving over of the grassy lawn, as well as the installation of a water feature. The question of making the State Street facing side of City Hall more welcoming and clearly delineated can be addressed as a separate question. Finally, I chafe at the quote from the chair at the beginning of this meeting that seems applicable here. This is a great way of having your name on something. But in this case, that something is a marring of a historic resource, not an improvement. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So next I can see Cassandra Ensberg has raised their hand. I will go ahead and send you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Chair Grumbine, HLC commissioners, staff, De La Guerra Plaza Committee, and my fellow citizens. I am Cassandra Ensberg, a longtime Santa Barbara resident and architect. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this topic. And thank you for today's presentation, the effort and collaboration to study and design possible improvements to our De La Guerra Plaza. We are all well aware of the importance of this public space. My suggestions are not easy ones to make, but I hope they will be helpful. I would like to respectfully ask that you consider the following. To begin with, no one could imagine the pandemic and its impact. Nonetheless, it came and our lives were radically changed after this work for the plaza was initiated. The impact of the pandemic and changes in retail have taken their toll. We now face the immediate need for significant focus citywide and particularly in the downtown to find solutions to help our businesses to survive, to address homelessness, to address life and safety access on State Street. And these are just a few of the top issues. On the positive side, we have a newly formed State Street Advisory Committee, and the process is now in place to hire a consultant to help us to develop a downtown community vision master plan. I believe that work should absolutely include the De La Guerra Plaza. I know this might be difficult, and I want to be clear that my comments are in no way intended as a reflection on the work to date. It's about the timing, and that sometimes the best and most prudent action is to come to a full stop and to take stock and reassess. I believe this is one of those times to step back and to put this project to the side for a while. This will create more bandwidth, as we have come to say, to allow more focus on the immediate issues and to allow the ultimate design of the plaza design to be benefited by the visionary work of the master plan committee and the community. Thank you again to the commission and to all involved for your dedication, for your many efforts, and for your consideration of my comments. All is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so lastly, I'm gonna go ahead and come back to John Chaffee and see if they're able to get their audio working. So John Chaffee, I've sent you an unmute request.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, very good. So John Chaffee, we're the owner of the 726 building, the 623 and 623 and a half building next to the 5th Inn building. Long-term, I grew up in Santa Barbara. I went to La Cumbre, went to Santa Barbara High School, and then on to med school on the East Coast. But anyway, I'm from Seattle now. I went down there last week. I went down to visit Santa Barbara, and I needed to use the restroom. So I went up to the 900 State Street property next to Marshall's, where they have a bathroom installed. And I can tell you there are 4 homeless people outside of that bathroom. I went in, the doors were open. There was a bottle of pills spilled on the floor. I went to the stall, the paper was all pulled out and on the floor. I felt scared walking in that space. I didn't know if someone was going to follow me in. I can tell you that's what's going to happen to Historic Placida if you put a bathroom there. That historic Placida has always been a beautiful, peaceful place. But if you put a bathroom in there, you're going to narrow it. It's already just barely wide enough to feel safe to walk down there to De La Guerra Plaza and back. If you narrow it and you make it a gauntlet, you're going to regret it. It's going to be just like the bathroom that's right next to the 900 State Street Marshall's building. It's going to be a place that's going to repel people, not draw them into the plaza. I suggest putting portable trailered bathrooms in the parking lot that's behind the arcade. They can be removed when they can be scaled to the need. They can be removed when people are not having, say, a farmer's market and that type of thing. That way you don't have homeless congregating there. The bathrooms are not permanently open. You don't have a permanent problem with filth. You don't have a permanent problem with people sleeping out there or camping out there. Just bringing the trailered bathrooms into the parking lot. You don't have to worry about the the archaeological problems. You're on top of the surface. They're managed by contractors. They're removed when you don't need them. And that's the best way to go. That's my comment.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I see one last hand raised from Fred Sweeney. Fred Sweeney, I'm gonna go ahead and send you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Mr. Sweeney, please accept the unmute request and you should be able to talk.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I told you I'd be watching, so I wasn't planning to speak, but I get a little disturbed when somebody threatens the city, and that's just inappropriate. But I do want to make comments on two things. One is the arcade. I think the arcade architecture as a mission revival piece is still overpowering, particularly when I looked at the elevation compared to City Hall, which is Italianate, and the News Press building, which is a different approach. So I think closer to the Hammer Adobe, maybe a simple post and beam, yes, red tile, but very not opaque. I think that's a better approach and could be less obtrusive, but still achieve the surrounding that was described by the design team. And then the other thing to think about is the use of banners and flags in the plaza itself and how that would occur. Paul Mills, as you know, was a big believer in banners and flags and has helped us celebrate that up and down State Street. So that might be an add to think about in the future, as that issue probably will come up, particularly at Fiesta time and some other locations. Anyway, you're all doing a great job. I think this is headed in the right direction. And I'm the infamous architect that participated in that process 20 years ago. So keep doing good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So at this time, I don't see any more commenters for this item. So I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll close public comment and we're gonna come back to the commission now. So let's start with, we'll start with questions that we've been asked to review particular or comment on and give direction on particular items. So let's try to do that at least. You can say other things too and weigh in on other things too, but I want you to, all the commissioners to also make sure to weigh in on, and I think the list or the list plus, because I think a little bit got added, but was the arcade, or the arcade pavilion, the pavilion, the front of City Hall, the new landscape design for front of City Hall. There was some fountain discussion. There was trash, and look for that. The surface materials, the request for a subcommittee to discuss surface materials and restrooms. I think that was it. There might have been one more item.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
The big question in my mind that needs to be answered, and I hope I don't misrepresent anybody from the public that has provided us with their written comments. And in fact, one of the speakers did specifically say this. He referred to the De La Guerra Plaza as a state historical landmark. So if it is a designated landmark, we have a whole different set of issues. But as far as I know, it is not a designated landmark. And I would really like to get clarity on that.
All right, so let's start with clarity on status of buildings and plaza. So can we, Ms. Hernandez and or
Post-hazel time.
Post-hazel time. If we can have you weigh in on that question of what's what in terms of state and city landmarks, historic resources. Not all at once.
Is Tim online?
Yeah, yes,
we're here.
We're here. Both Pam and I are here.
Tim and Pam are the experts on this site, so it's gonna let them.
Okay. Our understanding from previous projects that we've done is that the designation on a state list is comparable to the city's acceptance of the 2011 Historic Resources Report, which determined the plaza was a significant historic resource for the purposes of environmental review. So the review path, and Nicole can correct us if we're misunderstanding, is essentially the same. But when the project is reviewed, of course, the impact of the project on the state designated resource will need to be assessed, but it's not a separate assessment track as far as we understand from previous projects we've done in other areas.
Yes.
To clarify,
Mhm.
so to clarify, a state landmark versus a city landmark, it's going to go through the same process with the same general rules and scrutiny. And I want to add to, I can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the key difference, not of the way which we look as a city at landmarks is with a little more scrutiny, but the key difference is between a landmark and historic resource is you can't demolish a landmark without triggering everything. And in terms of, well, that's not just triggering everything. You can't demolish a landmark if possible. And whereas with the historic resource, in theory, you could demolish it. That's the only really actual key difference. But the processes are still.
Correct. That's a city landmark.
Yes.
The big key about design review in city versus state versus national designations is we do all the permitting. And the state, even if you're on the National Register, you can demolish a National Register property. You can, it'll be a negative declaration and an EIR in California, but they don't have the teeth we do with our designated resources and our design review. So, you know, in the CEQA evaluation, they will have to say if the proposal will have a negative impact to the state landmark, and that they might lose that designation because of what we're doing. But the state does not go above us and prohibit anything unless they're under some sort of federal granting, which then they have more control because they've granted money and have certain restrictions with the project. But it is a state nomination, a designation that should be considered in all the work we do. But
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for
Commissioner Uli and then Commissioner Lendick.
Just as a clarifying comment / question, I don't think it as well as that conversation was, I don't think that actually answered the Vice Chair's question. I think his question was, is this plaza a designated state historic landmark? And the answer is no, it is not. The Casa across the street it's California Historic Landmark 307. There is a plaque underneath that flagpole on the picture that is on the screen that has a reference to a state landmark, but I don't believe it has anything really relevant to the plaza itself because it's not a state historic landmark.
May I add to that, Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah. And the other consideration that will need to be given is that that let's call it that state level recognition took place in 1950. So the integrity of the plaza would have to be evaluated relative to what it was in 1950 to what it is today. I'm not saying that would change anything, but because so long has such a time period has elapsed since that recognition, that the report would have to include that also. Because there have been a substantive, and I'm not saying it's affected the integrity, but those changes since that time period would have to be evaluated. And those include the reconstruction of the facade of De La Guerra House in the 1980s. I believe it was the 1980s, early 90s, when it was returned to its early 19th century appearance. And that did include the removal of the James Osborne Craig scalloped wall that once extended along the street frontage of the adobe. Other changes are new construction on both the east side of the plaza, with the addition to the News Press building, and alterations to the commercial structures on the west side of the plaza, as well as the complete removal of some structures that once extended from City Hall to the News Press building. And I'm not saying that's a huge impact. And also I think the enlargement of the Placida, which originally was a fairly narrow corridor on the east side of the Placida that extended from State Street to the plaza and to where the News Press building is. So I'm not saying that's changed anything, but all those things would have to be looked at.
Yeah, they're up there.
I have a question, Mr. Chair, for
all right, Commissioner Lenvick.
Mr. Lenvick, if I could just interrupt for just a sec, I need to leave at 6:30. I had no idea we'd be here this late, but it looks like you still have a quorum. And I would just like to add that I would be interested in being on the subcommittee to discuss surface materials. Back to you.
Thank you.
Lenvick.
All right, Commissioner Lenvick.
Yeah, in your, Post Hazeltine, in your report from what, early 2000, 2002, whatever, I think you identified this as a historic resource, and you identified the period of significance, I believe, as being 1850 to 1924. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's the 2011 report.
Yeah,
Oh,
2011.
2011. Okay, so do you think that in this letter this undated letter that you provided today, or whatever, do you think that what is being proposed now complies with the period of significance standards that you would be applying?
Commissioner Lenvick, as we stated in the introduction to our letter, our memo is, Pam and I prepared that to essentially memorialize the feedback and consultation we've had with the consultant to date. It does not constitute environmental review, and we are very leery of making verbal statements now about a project that hasn't reached the point that we could actually perform that evaluation, which would be something that we would, of course, do in writing and then submit to the staff and commission for their review. So at this point, we really can't offer those types of insights without making statements that might not be backed up by a thorough evaluation of the project that will be presented to us at some point.
Yeah,
but aren't you possibly misleading the applicant if you don't get firm? I mean, you say possibly supportable or could be supportable, or maybe if changes are made, they might be supportable. You have never said that their design complies with anything. And that concerns me. That concerns me. They're being led down the street here with your letter saying, yeah, we can maybe find this, but when you get down to the bottom line, it doesn't meet the period of significance.
Well, we don't believe that. In this case, we're simply providing our input as to and guidance as to their design, and we're saying that we find that it is compatible, and that it is not a formal analysis. It just providing guidance. And we clearly stated that.
So sorry.
So that,
to jump in on this discussion as well, and because this is an unusual review project, which most of the projects are much less, one, important, but two, also complex and have so many wide variety of pieces. And as we've done special even work sessions and things like that as part of working with this very complex beast of a project. Just to sort of summarize where I see your involvement is for Post Hazeltine is this is basically like before we receive the historic structures report, but they have weighed in on conceptually certain things in terms of working with the applicant for design. That doesn't mean it's been actually thoroughly, fully vetted, but it's an in-process review that's being done. So that full analysis, which may or may not come down on one side of things for different aspects, for whether it's the paving pattern or whether it's the tree selection or whether it's whatever those are, there might be certain things that come out in the report that are slightly different than what they are discussing with and talking with the applicant on at this point is where I'm understanding this process is right now.
Yeah,
conceptual feedback for it, but it may be that when things, it may be that when there's a deep dive on things and there's certain things found or discovered or whatever, or just analyzed, that there is some change in opinion, but it's just an in-process thing right now. In a similar vein to what, Commissioner, I'll give it to you in a second. In a similar vein to what we're doing right now, we're giving feedback and the project is developing, but we're not, but it hasn't been given a full approval and it hasn't even had a full historic structures analysis of the design yet. Commissioner Lendick, go ahead.
We have a design for the arcade, and we sit here and reference the Harmer Adobe and how the Harmer Adobe should be maybe paid attention to. Well, this arcade design is not the Harmer Adobe by any means, and I would think that the Post Hazeltine would show the architect what the Harmer Adobe is thought to have looked like.
Actually, this is a really good point, and I wanted to bring this up actually in terms of what we're talking CEQA versus our HLC design review. And I think that's the perfect example for it actually, because even if Post Hazeltine or the historians can find that it does not actually violate CEQA to the point where it would need a full, full remediation of some sort or another. Even if it doesn't find that it hurts the historic resource to that level, there still might be a better design. That doesn't say that that is the best design there is. All it says is if this doesn't offend the historic nature of the resource so much that it triggers a full environmental impact report and that whole review. Right? That's the big difference. And so HLC's job is, and even though the historians may give suggestions for things, it's HLC's job to actually do design review in addition to looking at whether we agree with the historians on their assessment of whether this pushed the resource outside of the bounds and actually hurt it in a more serious way. So I think that's a key difference.
I'll let other people talk. I'll let other people talk. I want to make one point here. Mary Lou Day's reference, or someone referenced the Plaza de la Guerra Reconsidered document from early 2000. In that document is a kind of a little summary or report by Milford Wayne Donaldson. And I think most of us know who Milford Wayne Donaldson is. And if we don't, we can find out, or Mary Lou Days can tell us. His article was titled, "Why Gringo Plazas Don't Work." Why Gringo Plazas Don't Work. And I think everyone should get a copy of that and read it because it's really, really educational and kind of hits a nail on the head for a lot of things that we're talking about here. Why Gringo Plazas Don't Work by Milford Wayne Donaldson.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lendick.
Yes,
and I agree, and it's got a good snappy title too.
You're right.
And it's good. It's a good article. Okay, so let's continue with questions. Commissioners, what other questions do we have either for the historian or for the applicants?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Uli.
I have a question for the chair. What's the anticipated time we're going to spend on this? Because in an hour, I'll be asleep.
Okay, fair enough.
So
Okay,
what's our expectation? You know, we can't spend the whole night talking about this.
Yeah, I agree. So let's say we'll put another couple more minutes for questions, because I think we can hammer out any other questions we have. Most of us have had our head in this for a while. And then we'll go into comments, and we'll try to limit it to a 15-minute discussion on comments, and especially focusing on these areas and anything else that might be important that people want to bring in. So let's continue with questions. Any additional questions? And we can always come back to it if we have to, but any additional questions? One question I had, which actually Commissioner Lenzik kind of brought up, was to the applicant team well, it's a two-part question. One is, I don't recall, and it's a little bit of a loaded question. I don't recall the design of the arcade and pavilion being put in as a designed element, being sort of pulled out of full HLC and into the subcommittee group as an architectural piece. Because I think that the comment was that they reviewed it with the what's it called, Plaza de la Guerra committee or advisory group in like November. I don't think that was reviewed at full HLC, although there are 2 HLC members there. But that's a sort of question in my mind, is why is that a design review for a major building in the plaza, probably the major building that's being added? Why is that outside of the full HLC board development? And especially when it was asked that we look at those designs in view of the Adobe, and also, you know, to come up with other options, or to study other options and to show us those studies. So to the design team, what was the thinking on that as the first point? And then I want to know more in terms of what the design was, or what the design options were that looked at the Adobe versions of things, or anything else. Is there any other drawings that you have for us to look at that we had asked for before? To the applicant team.
Right. I'm going to try to answer that, Chair Grumbine, but Leaf may also jump in. So when we initially reviewed this directly with the HLC, we got certain feedback that proposed that we present several options, one of which would be a trellis-like design, and maybe a different type of arch than a rounded arch like we have in the arcade there now. And we developed some sketches, exhibits. Those exhibits were then presented, and correct me if I'm wrong, Leaf, to the advisory committee at a meeting at which HLC members were also invited. I believe it was a joint meeting. And out of that meeting, our understanding is that the consensus emerged that of the options that were presented, that the arcade was the most desirable option. We never did go back to a full HLC meeting with that arcade design until now. Here we are, having achieved what we believed was consensus that this arcade was the preferred option, and looking for your feedback. I don't recall anyone saying that we needed to design an architectural feature that copied or mimicked the Harmer Adobe. That was not something, I don't believe, that was ever on the table. Otherwise, we might have, pursued an option like that. I'm not sure what that would look like or how that would come out, but that's still a possibility. But that's how we are, how we got to where we are today, with the understanding that we had consensus that the arcade was the preferred option. And we're here, concept review, awaiting your comments on what we have now proposed. Leaf, do you have anything to add to that?
Well,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
breaking in. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drew. Yeah, Commissioner
Yeah,
Drury?
I
Can you
do
hear me?
have to, I got to take care of my mom tonight. I'm pushing my luck, so
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to make some comments.
Okay, just a quick check on the quorum. I want to make sure we still have a quorum too after you leave. Are we still good on quorum? And unfortunately, I can't see everyone, so I don't know. Mr. Hamilton?
Well, I'm here.
Yeah, I know, but you're going to be leaving.
You're
We've
here.
got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want to make sure that, and then you, that's 6.
Good.
And Mr. Chair,
Okay.
because it doesn't take an appealable action, I don't believe a quorum is necessarily critical because there's no appealable vote taking place. Staff can highlight it if so, but.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm
All right.
double checking the guidelines for that.
Okay. And Commissioner Drury, why don't we do this? Let's finish off with this
Yeah,
question. and then we'll
let
jump
me
into
make my
and
comments
let you.
before I have to go.
Yeah. Okay. And
I'm looking
you're
at
leaving
goals.
in
I'm looking.
2 minutes.
These are my comments.
Go
They
ahead.
don't reflect. Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
May I go ahead?
Sure. Yes, please.
So.
Can you hear me?
These are my actually my somewhat well-considered notions about this project, and I'll just go for the goals for today. So the direction on arcade architecture, I've never been in favor of the arcade at all. I think that it's the fact that it's an angle, supposedly to honor the Harmer Adobe wall, for me is a ridiculous reason to make it off center and not in line with the either right angle to the news press or in line with the city hall. So if the arcade was dropped ultimately, I'd be very pleased. I don't like the idea. I think the city hall landscape design is certainly supportable and it's long overdue. Actually, that's the Anacapa elevation of city hall is really shameful. It's in terrible shape, and it needs some tender loving care. The architecture of the pump house restrooms, I think it should be a little less complex. And I'll just make a general comment. And if I seem like I've waffled on what we were talking about in the advisory group, it's because I've been sitting around down there and just looking at the place. At some point, and really early on in the process, the idea of living landscape, in other words, grass, was completely out of the picture. We were basically told that the city wasn't going to go for it. So we were sort of given the idea that we had to make some sort of a hardscape. I would prefer at least, half of the lawn to be preserved with recycled water, if that's possible. If in these drought times this is not possible, that's understandable. Then we go ahead. I don't support the water feature at all. I think the idea of the plaza is some place where people can go and not have to worry about kids running through the water, a whole bunch of different activities. I think it should be a place that's activated by the people who are enjoying themselves in there, but not necessarily running through the water. I think trees around the border are, I would say, essential. It needs to be shaded. I would like it to be a place that provided a resting place for the that are weary of downtown and want a place off of State Street. I'm in complete support of no cars. I'm in complete support of the closing off of the first block of De La Guerra, East De La Guerra. And I'm supportive of the cars that are just there for business along the side of City Hall. And I'm supportive of bringing the paving from Street of Spain across as a crosswalk into the plaza itself. And I think that the old adage less is more is applicable here. And I would like to see a sort of a turn down a little bit of the intensity of this what is being proposed. And although I admittedly I signed off on the last meeting we had, that's where I stand today. And with that, I'll say good night.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Drury.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So why don't we continue? And we do have to keep moving on things. So are there any more questions that now, yeah, Commissioner Jordan.
I have several questions and I will try to keep them short. I'm interested to hear, or one thing I have not heard is any discussion of a digital infrastructure for the space. And I'd like to know where that will come. And I'm not talking about just wireless and being able to check your email, but if there's going to be an arts and cultural plan for that space, I can imagine the demands for a digital infrastructure to support contemporary arts and cultural activities that are digitally based to be significant. So where and when would we see that is one question.
All right, to the applicant and team.
Chair Grumbine and Commissioner Jordan, I'd like to take a stab at that. As you know, that we're from our workshop in May, we are planning on having a full Wi-Fi system for the space. With respect to additional infrastructure that you're referring to in terms of contemporary art, it could either be done through the Wi-Fi system, which would have to have capacity to be able to obviously interact with the internet and bring that that communication into that space, or you're providing a lot different infrastructure that I'm not sure is compatible with the historic space. Whether you're talking a jumbo screen or if you're talking something else.
No, I'm talking about the ability to project.
Okay, then we would have that ability through both power and through access to the internet, as well as with the Wi-Fi system, if it's the type of presentation and projection that we want.
I can imagine the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation developing educational programming that involves very extensive demands on a digital infrastructure. That's my only comment there. Second question, there was a comment about due diligence with one of the property owners on the plaza. What due diligence has been done with the News Press building? It seems like that whole side of the Placido has kind of been ruled off limits. What due diligence has been done with the News Press?
Again, Commissioner Jordan, I've continued with my outreach to the owners of the News Press, and I guess all I can say is that it's not being reciprocated.
Okay, thank you. Last question. This is a Historic Landmarks Commission, but for the second time today, the second agenda item today, the issue of homelessness has emerged as a major point of concern for commissioners and for the community. And I'm interested to hear the city's response to that. I know you don't have a solution for it, but at the same time, you have to be aware of that. And we had, I believe his name was Mr. Chafee, talking about an alternative way of handling restrooms on the space that would make it more difficult for homelessness to intrude on that aspect of it. So what is your response to that very strong community concern about homelessness and addressing that through design?
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan, for the question, because it's a complicated answer. You're right, I don't have solutions, but I will say several things. One is there are several design features that we can bring into the space that will make it more difficult for what is happening now. For instance, benches with, rather than a 6-foot bench, you've got a 6-foot bench with an arm in the middle, an armrest, so that it makes it challenging for someone to go to sleep on. That can be used on the tree wells, that can be used in different areas so that we can have seating in the plaza again. Not creating spaces where people will want to go and sleep because it's privacy. 90-degree angles with hedges and buildings are prime spaces. We're going to try and avoid those. It was brought up in public comment about the arcade being such a space. One of the features that we plan on having in that is actually up in the ceiling, bright lights, so that it's going to be uncomfortable to be in that space. So we're going to try through design to limit and to mitigate that issue. But I think it's also incumbent upon the city to decide in a way, and I say this with some trepidation, we need to decide where the priority is. If we're going to accommodate the homeless in this space, or are we going to prioritize the city and its personnel? And we need to have a balance within that, because we want to show compassion, we want to show empathy, and at the same time, we need to design a space that is for the city constituents. And so there's a balance in there, and we need to figure that out. So again, I can't offer full solutions, but we're working toward what we hope will be a good space where everyone can be there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we go into comments? Okay, all right, so let's go into comments. Please, in addition to whatever else you want to comment on, please try to comment on the arcade pavilion, the front of City Hall, the fountain, the trash enclosure, or not enclosure, but trash receptacle, surface materials, the subcommittee, restrooms, and Commissioner Drury threw in the grass thing too. So if you want that, if everyone wants to weigh in, I wanted to start just quick little outline, not saying my opinion yet, but quick little outline on, in general, I think that we have been trying to converge and not constantly change direction and try to give consistent direction to all applicants. This is what we try to do in general. And so that there is at least a dependable review structure, so that what we approve one week, we won't disapprove the next week or 2 weeks later, and that we're trying to converge on things. That being said, we are still in conceptual, and if there are any time, if there isn't any time to bring up other concerns or ask for more, now is the time, as opposed to when they're coming to us for full design review for a project that we've been commenting on the whole time and telling them how great it is. So if we have concerns, I think now is definitely the time to bring them up and make sure that things continue to converge on designs that we are seeing from the design end. And then we're going to have to review the historic structures report to make sure that we're in agreement with whatever conclusions they come to on the report end of things that has to do with CEQA and the impact on the resource. So with that, who wants to go first or second? Because Commissioner Drury already went.
I'll take a stab.
Okay, Commissioner Early.
Only because I'm very anxious to move this along. So I'm going to be short. Yeah. I'll be short. I don't know if I'll be sweet.
Okay.
First of all, just want to thank all of the people who have been working on this over the decades for their effort, and hopefully we'll get somewhere. With respect to the arcade, I believe there was a great deal of discussion about that during the workshop and previous review of this project. My opinion is it should disappear. The arcade in its current expression, I believe, is too strong, is too bold, and distracts from the City Hall. So my preference would be to see some kind of wooden pergola that has some accentuation to it to focus on the stage element, like the middle of the arcade does now. But I believe it needs to disappear. It could be covered with landscape and provide some level of transparency while providing some level of screening. And that's what I think. I don't believe I could support an ultimate project that still pushes this very strong pavilion arcade structure. I'm happy to see some level of attention being given to the Anacapa Street elevation of City Hall. A lot of us know that that's the front door of City Hall, but I don't know how many people actually use it. You know, it's not accessible for sure. So, you know, not a whole lot of people use it. But it is our city hall, and if there's some improvement there to draw some attention to it and then improve it, I would be supportive of that. For the pump house / restrooms, I prefer the last one discussed, and that's just a simple shed that acts as an addition to the adjacent building, so that it also attempts to disappear. It shouldn't be a prominent piece of architectural statement. Make it disappear. With respect to the hideaway trash and its European feel chute on the sidewalk, I don't believe just putting lipstick on it is the solution. You know, making a Malaga green wrapper that looks like our trash cans on State Street, I don't believe is, you know, it's just false. I wouldn't support that. I think you should just take that structure and paint it Malaga green, and just let it be what it is. It will disappear like an Edison transformer or a Cox cable transfer box or a TV box, whatever. You know, we've got them all over the place. Just paint it so it goes away. And with respect to the hardscape materials and the plaza itself, I strongly believe that one of the materials to be explored should be grass. If you had the current plaza design as it is, but replaced the field pavers with lawn, you'd pretty much have what you have now. You know, the perimeter has been improved and the cars have disappeared, but the middle remains lawn. I don't see any problem with that. And we get an improved plaza, and we still keep some of the historic nature of that lawn, and the fact that we've all lived with it for I don't know how many decades. Those are my initial comments. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Uli. Who's up next? Commissioner Lenvik, you're looking like you're ready.
Yes, I'll make some comments. Can you go to slide 21, please? This is what is being proposed. Now, if we had we've got a shot of the current condition. If we had a shot of the courthouse sunken garden, where would you want to go and spend your time? I don't think that the proposal that we're seeing is reasonable and appropriate to the city of Santa Barbara. It just is not. It is not what the historic center of our town is or should be or wants to be or was. I could never support a water feature, a splash pad, never support it. This thing has got to be simpler, simpler, simpler. And I think lawn is what needs to be here. It's cool in the summertime. It's comfortable to lay on and to play on. You can run and jump on it. You can't run and jump on this plaza. And I just don't think it's, you know, what's being proposed is appropriate. The Anacapa Street frontage to the city hall, you can call it the front door, but I'll tell you, I'll park on the street and walk around to come in on this arcade side, on the plaza side. And I think a lot of people would, and we've got to make it attractive as possible. Granted, we may have to put some dollars into the Anacapa Street frontage, but not a lot. I would hate to think of putting restrooms here, any place near this. I think the parking lot is where the restrooms belong, whether they're permanently built or, as someone suggested, mobile. But I don't think we should be looking at putting restrooms in the plaza or anywhere near the plaza. It's unfortunate, but we can't. They are disrespected by the people that use them all the time, and the people that, you know, the guests and tourists that want to use them don't want to go in there. So it doesn't work. You know, I think most people who need a restroom with their kids can go into a restaurant on the street, and they'll be allowed to go into the bathroom. I've seen it all the time, but we can't go where this project is taking us now, and I cannot support any part of what we're seeing brought before us today. As Mr. Uli said, the arcade is wrong; doesn't belong there. It is a bad, a bad attempt to solve an enclosure problem. It certainly will take your eye away from the city hall. So I just can't support anything we have seen today at all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Jordan.
I have a series of comments. First of all, I'm very supportive of the landscaping around City Hall and on the Anacapa side. I think that was, I'm very pleased with that. I accept the argument or the idea that we need something, some sort of podium or stage, but I agree with Commissioner Uli that the arcade is too grand or too big for the role it should play in that space. So my comments in that sense are very mixed. I have never supported the splash water feature in the fountain, in the plaza. Still don't. It's a plaza, not a playground, for many of the reasons that have been raised, problems with that. I have very mixed feelings about the hard surface. I would like to see some of the plaza, the lawn, and some of the plaza kept. I think an idea of eliminating the traffic, the parking, and redoing the hard surface around the edges, but keeping the green in the center is one possible solution, one meeting of two sides of that equation. But the last comment that I want to make is about public comment. Going back to the very earliest public workshops in March of 2019, in which I participated. And I think there is a difference between public responses to a blank slate. What would you like to see in this space? Versus responses to specific proposals, which is where we are now in 2022. What do you think of this particular idea? And I am very struck and very mindful that public comment to the HLC in response to where we are now with this has been predominantly negative. And that's a cause of real soul searching for me in terms of supporting next steps. So my comments are mixed, but I'm very aware of the public reaction to what is being proposed. Those are my comments.
All right. Commissioner Butler, do you want to weigh in on anything?
Yes, I will. In preparation for today's meeting, I have reviewed all the previous meeting notes, minutes, videos, etc., and so I've read all the related materials to this specific project in preparation for today. So obviously, as a new member, these are my initial sort of comments, etc. Certainly, on the positive side, agree with blocking off De La Guerra Street to cars, moving the parking. I think that's appropriate. Extending the gate, Casa de la Guerra Plaza aspect, somehow more tying that into the larger De La Guerra Plaza is a good approach. I would advocate grass at some level. I'm inclined to agree. I've been to as we all have, De La Guerra Plaza many times. With the arcade, my concern is that, for example, during Fiesta, the staging for the events is very large. I don't see how that would incorporate well within an existing structure like the arcade, the way that's built. Those stages are quite large, and that's just one period of time during the year. So I think the arcade needs a revisit. I don't see the benefit of the water feature. Just doesn't seem to incorporate with the style, the historicity of the square, et cetera. So I would, re-explore that. Several comments have been made about make it simpler, make it more integrated, and I would completely agree. I think simpler is better. So just some initial thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so for on my 2 cents, because I think I'm the only last one left, could we go to page 8 of the, I think it's page 8 of that PowerPoint. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I think this shot really says a lot to me in terms of the arcade and the angle and the visual disruption. I was one of the ones that commented on looking at scooting it back or trying other things because the placement of it is just, it feels so awkward. And perhaps if it was going to a trellis or something else, it would be visually less apparent and jump out at you. But it really does. I think this shot kind of shows it the most of how much it's going to impact, because it really is stepping in front of both the tower of the news press and also stepping forward from the city hall, but sort of calling attention to itself a little bit, or more than it should. So I agree with those others that have said before, or pretty much everyone that thinks that it should either disappear or not be there or move back or something to make it less obtrusive. I am not against having an element there, a pavilion there. I just think it needs to come down either in visual impact in that spot. So I'm not against or in that spot or that general area. I understand the desire to move away from potential foundation remains or archaeological remains. I understand that. And there does want to be sensitivity to that, but I think there probably is other designs that will get both of those things, get some sort of a pavilion, and also be sensitive to the archaeological resources that are further back behind there. And I know there's also mature landscapes, mature trees. I don't see that. I see them as potentially replaceable, but with other tree mass or with other plantings, unless of course there was something that was landmarked about those trees in particular, and a part of a bigger scheme, which I don't believe there is. But I think that this is such an important piece of the, and I think we'll add to, but it's such an important piece of the plaza that it really needs to integrate well and more subtly. The front of City Hall, I think, can we go to the landscape slide for that? And this is, it has been the least reviewed. This is the first time, and we had a little touch of it at the last meeting, I believe, or 2 meetings ago, we had a little touch of it. But this is the first time the design starting to get worked out. Can we zoom in on the City Hall front entry? Or actually, and scroll up a little bit. Yeah, so I think it doesn't have a good, strong concept yet. And when you zoom, actually, can you zoom out a little bit? Because that just reminded me. When you see the plaza, the plaza and the pattern work and the concept that's being developed there, I think it's very strong and it's much more coherent, even though there's asymmetry with the trees and other things. There's a strong pattern, there's a strong relationships between the News Press, the McKay Building, City Hall, the Casa de la Guerra, and that form that's taking shape. I think even though the front of City Hall is it's sort of it needs to be a mini space, a mini version of, not a mini version as in the same design at all, but it needs to be a mini version in terms of a forecourt to City Hall. So I think there's a great opportunity here. I think it started with the flags and the announcing wall that this is City Hall. And I think that starts to give it some heft and presence in the street, which is great. But I don't think that when you zoom in to that forecourt area, I like the idea of bringing a palm and transplanting it, and that part's good. But I don't think it's developed into a cohesive concept yet, or cohesive whole yet. And I think it's sort of, right now it's just pieces and spaces between parking spots and flags and some paving and some other paving, and then a transplanted palm and some hedge. And so I think it hasn't formed into a good cohesive forecourt whole to City Hall. And visually, I think it should, even though people might use the back entrance as the main entrance. I think visually it still should have a presence, and it does right now. It's not the most successful, but it does right now at least have a coherent presence. But I think the new design needs to take it up a notch and have a stronger, more coherent, better presence. And so I think this is it's a good step forward, but I think it still has a lot of ways to go. And I think it needs to come up conceptually with knowing what it is as that forecourt to the City Hall. So that's my comments on City Hall. And then the fountain, I am one of the few that maybe it's again because I have so many kids, but the splash pad at this point now, in my mind, is when it's warm and they want to turn it on, they will, and most or a lot of the time it'll be off, and just be a paving pattern. So I'm not so against it. I see it as sort of hidden lights where they're modern lights, and you either hide it away and tuck it away, or you have beautiful wrought iron lights that are historic or traditional in terms of their language. And in this case, I think it's been toned down to the point where it's only when it's on, and then it's a fun little feature, and then it goes away and becomes a paving pattern again. So I don't find that I'm sounding like the more lone voice in being fine with the splash pad. But most of the other commissioners have said that they would rather see it go. So the trash, can we go to that slide for the trash? And the long and short of it is that I agree with Commissioner Uli. If you can just paint the thing and make it go away, that's probably the best solution. Trying to hide it would be the next best solution, but by judging by the initial design concept, it has to stay open above, or at least wants to. And so now are you just making it this awkward techno thing within a box, without even covering the top of it or anything else? And so I would say that trying to get it, and I know there's only a few of them, and it's probably more expensive to have a special finish, but I think that would be the way to go with those, is to try to get them just painted so they go away. And for the Surface Materials Subcommittee, Commissioner or Vice Chair House volunteered to be on it. I think that is a good idea, and at least having a palette that starts to develop out, so that they can start to lock in on potential shapes and materials that could come from it. And I think they're well on their way with the overall patterning, but I think that the materials definitely need to be worked out. So Commissioner Drury is not here, but he's also on that State Street Advisory Group, so that he would be the next natural person. Is there anyone else that wants to be on that subcommittee for surface materials discussion and direction? No one volunteered, so we'll just ask Commissioner Drury and House, or Vice Chair House, to volunteer for that if they would, and to work with the city on that. Restrooms, could we go to the restrooms options again? I fall with Commissioner Uli on the simple shed version, which is that bottom corner one. I don't know if there's a way, but maybe if you can reverse this and this can step back, and then the other pieces could step forward, that would not make such a bottleneck here. That one of the, as one person public comment mentioned, in terms of danger, and just trying to not to pinch that bottleneck the Placita, historic Placita into the Plaza de la Guerra. That might be an option, but I like the direction of this, and I think that the simple kind of keep it toned down and tuck it away as much as possible is the best way. I don't think that this, I don't think that this bathroom will be anywhere near as bad as the one on Carrillo because of that one is extremely pinched in. That for one, that's one of the things, and I believe as well, these are one by design are less. They're not the public ones where everyone goes in to either men or women. I think they're individual. So I'm hoping that'll help with that. I think all of us have been bringing up the question, and obviously it was their highest ranking #1 thing about discussion from the community was the homelessness issue with the plaza. So I do think that there really needs to be on all these fronts in terms of thinking about it, trying to make sure that the plaza is absolutely as safe and as welcoming as possible as our sort of front porch for as the front porch of the community and of the city and the pride of the city. It really does need to be finding ways of not making it a grounds for illegal and or dangerous activities. And for the restrooms, for the grass, I could be supportive of either option. I definitely, and I had brought up before as well, El Paseo has that little swath of grass in the middle with hardscape around. Historic, or not just historic, but Spanish plazas have no grass, but Spanish Colonial Revival in California, some of them do have grass, and they aren't just all hardscape, but obviously Italian plazas and Spanish, and most of the actual Spanish colonies of Central and South America, they tend to have plazas that are all hardscape. So the all hardscape, while I don't think it's the nicest feel because its grass is, it has such a nice component to it, as the courthouse shows us and many other examples. I could see it going either way, but I know that, as was voiced here, a number of commissioners are still not, or against, at least not strongly looking at that as an option. And I know that was worked out in the advisor or the Plaza de la Guerra group, and we had 2 members there as part of it and participants. But I do think that that this is part of the HLC's design process as we work through to tweak and look at these things. And there isn't a more, this is probably the most important in terms of a public zone project that will have happened in a long time, had happened in a long time. And with the State Street redesign being the other one that's obviously happening as well. But so I think it's extremely important that we get this right and get it to the best that we can. It doesn't mean taking it or leaving it where it is right now. It means taking it up a notch for sure in a lot of these ways. But I do think that we do need to vet and re-vet a lot of these ideas to make sure that not only do they meet the Secretary of Interior standards and CEQA, but they also are the best design that we can come up with within a reasonable amount of time as we move forward. And then there was also comments on arts and culture and the digital integration, and wanting to make sure that continues, and continued outreach to news press and see if there's any movement there. There was along the restroom side, there were other commissioners that would like it in other places, I know, and so I think there is at least a split between whether they want it elsewhere. Elsewhere, as in where the parking lot, where at least one of the options where the Adobe was, at least some of the commissioners were also okay with it being where it's being proposed, but in a simple style. So with that, is there any other comments that commissioners want to add to that long list? And I should actually start with, we really appreciate the team, the city, the RRM, and all the people that have been working very hard on this project and continue to work hard on it to move it forward, because it is extremely important for the city, and that this that continues, and we get something really great and beautiful out of it that's worthy of Santa Barbara's core civic center. So it's a very important project, and I wanted to also thank everyone for their hard work in keeping to try to move this forward. Any other comments that you want added, commissioners, or anything else you wanted to say? All right. Mr. Hess.
Chair Grumbein, do you mind if I just clarify really quickly, just 2 points? Would that be appropriate?
Yeah,
grass has come up consistently in the commissioner's comments, and I appreciate that. It was a decision that was made early on in terms of the design for a couple of reasons. One is the plan is to continue to have Fiesta at this place, and consistently it's 10 to 12, sometimes up to 14 weeks of non-activity on that grassy area because it's completely destroyed. So part of this purpose statement for the plaza is to keep it active, to bring people here. Well, if you've got an orange fence around it because you need to regrow the grass for 3 months out of that year, it feels kind of wasteful, in addition to the water. So that was really the impetus behind the hardscape, is we're not allowing commercial projects to have grass, and it seemed fairly hypocritical to use ours. So just to make sure that the commission understands the full context of why there isn't grass, is because we really want this space to be active. The restrooms, I just want to make sure everyone understands that those are self-cleaning. It's designed that way on purpose so that it's not going to end up like the one next to Marshall's, because it's timed. It is designed to be self-cleaning and not a haven. And I guess the last thing is just to let everyone know that we have run this design by Old Spanish Days, and they are absolutely thrilled with that stage presence because it provides a much wider and open space. They can put their larger stage right on top and in conjunction with the one that's proposed out of the arcade, and use the arcade as a backdrop. So they're thrilled with it, but I understand where you're coming from. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. So thank you for those points. And I think along the grass front, I think and I think other commissioners can feel free to speak up, but I think in my mind, at least, this being the civic center, having a piece, and in the relative scheme of things, it's a very small piece of public watered space as the public front, sort of the front lawn for the community as a public center place is actually, if you're going to have it anywhere, this is the place to have it, because it's for the people, for everyone, and it's providing the nice place for everyone. And just like we water all of our landscape, or not all, but a lot of our landscape as a community, a public thing, this is a way of creating beauty for the public, and it's not the private realm of those of other enterprises. But that, and I think that's part of where a lot of this discussion is going as well, and obviously the historic nature, or historic at least character of it, because it's been there for a long time and was part of a piece of a design. All right, any other comments that commissioners want to say? Otherwise, do we want, do we need, or is this just comments is good enough to Mr. Hamilton, or do we need an actual motion with those comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's what's preferred.
A motion would be appropriate at this time. Since you've already given a summary of comments, you can just vote on a motion at this point.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the item be continued indefinitely.
I'll second that.
With those comments, or?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can exclude the comments if you want, but I would rather the comments be included in the motion.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. Is seconder okay with the?
Yes, okay with that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uli, a second by Commissioner Jordan. Under discussion, any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lenvick?
I'll vote, to continue, but my statement prior was pretty firm. I don't see much in the current plan as presented that I could ultimately live with. So I have no problem, continuance and the client and the architect regrouping and sorting out, so on and so forth. But I am very.
Commissioner Lenvick, in terms of all those items that were listed and there, all those main pieces that we see needing at least tweaking or major design overhaul, was there anything else that you see in there that would be needed of change or review that would also keep you from accepting the design?
Well, you look at the paving pattern, so you can, my desire for grass might be overridden by the majority, and that's in any case. I think that the paving pattern and the 3 or 4 different paving materials are way too busy. That's not typical of what you would have had in the period of significance, 1924. You would have had, one paving material.
Okay. I just want to make sure that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure if there were some other pieces of the design that you thought were that were specific, that would if they did all these things, they would win you over. I want to make sure that that was covered in terms of if there was anything else. Yeah. Otherwise, that's fine. We can just keep going with the vote. And I think that as you've been very clear about the pieces that you are not happy with.
Sure.
Let's vote.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you everyone for the late night stay without pizza or beer. But yeah, thank you for your work on this. And to the applicant, thank you for your continued hard work. I know it sometimes feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but I think you are making progress, and we appreciate all the work you're doing for this very important project. So,
okay.
All right.
Thank you.
With that, meeting is adjourned.